everyone, I'm Trish Connor-Cato. Welcome to the Access 2021 video course. This video course is for beginners in Microsoft Access, all the way through experienced everyday users looking to sharpen their skills and increase efficiency in Access. Access is Microsoft's relational database application used to organize and store data. Access also has reporting capabilities. So what's covered in this course? We'll start with navigating a completed database while exploring the concept of relational databases and about the objects they contain, including how data is related between tables. While doing so, you'll be learning the Access interface so you become familiar in its environment. Then we dive into how to plan, design, and create databases. We'll start by creating our database tables, and we'll continue by importing table data from Excel as well as manually entering table data. Sorting and filtering techniques will be explored before we move on to exploring table relationships, which are key to a successful relational database. And along the way, I will point out features that are new to this version of Access. The first module in this course is an introduction into how databases operate. We have several lessons in this module, starting with the introduction. We'll be using an existing database to examine the database objects and to examine table relationships. While we're doing that, we'll be learning the Access interface so you'll become comfortable in its environment. Then we'll move on to creating a new database, and we'll be doing it from scratch. So that involves planning your database. You'll learn about object naming conventions, creating new tables, and importing data from Excel. After that, we'll move on to entering data into tables. You'll learn data entry techniques, as well as how to sort and filter data in those lessons. And then you'll get to use what's known as the relationship window to create relationships between the tables that we create in our new database. We'll move on to creating commonly used queries. We'll be using the query wizard as well as creating them pretty much from scratch using what's known as design view. And then we're going to customize queries with criteria. So you'll learn how to add criteria and also how to use wildcards in criteria. In this module, we're going to use some files that are in your video description. So we have an Excel file called Import into Access. We have 3 Word files, manual data entry, simple cash register instructions, and super duper cash register instructions. You may want to pause the video, grab those files, put them in a folder that's convenient for you on your system. So before we get hands-on in Access, just going to break down the first and second lessons that are in this module. We're going to be doing the lesson 1 and lesson 2 concurrently. So lesson 1 is where we're going to explore an existing relational database. We're going to use a pretty popular database that's out there. It's like a customer orders and products database. It's called the Northwind database, and we can actually access it from within Microsoft Access, which will be the first thing we do when we switch over to the application. So we're going to explore that database by examining its objects and also how data is related between tables. Now, when it comes to database objects, you have 6 of them. Your tables are the only object that stores your data. So tables are pretty important in Access. It's the only place that holds your data. Then we have queries. Queries are used to ask questions of data. For example, I want a list of my customers that are in New York. That would be a query. Forms can be used for multiple purposes in Access. They can be used for data entry or to display information to the user. And as we go through the course, you'll see that there are specialized forms that are often used in Access. Reports can be distributed. An example of that would be maybe you have upper management that don't use Access, but they want reporting on the data in a variety of ways from the database. So those reports can be distributed in a number of ways. Macros, you may be familiar with them from recording macros in Excel. They automate tasks, but that's the only similarity between Access macros and Excel macros. In Excel, you're recording what you're doing into a macro. In Access, you don't record your steps, you actually build the macro. But in either case, they are designed to automate commonly repetitive tasks. Modules store the same thing, except it's different. They also automate tasks, but using Visual for Basic for Applications language, also known as VBA, to write some code to help you automate tasks. So modules in Access are actually more powerful than macros. We'll be integrating Lesson 2, Learning the Access Interface, along with our exploration in Lesson 1 of the Northwind database. And we'll do that by exploring the Access ribbon tabs, using the Access navigation pane, and using Data View and Design View of a database object. So let's get ready to go ahead and switch over to Microsoft Access. A lot of times when you're interested in starting a new database, you can look at the wide variety of templates that are built into Access. And so we're going to use a template to gain access to this Northwind database. On my system, because I've accessed it before, I see it right up here. So when you go into Access, you're on the Home tab and it's showing up right up here under New for me. If it's not showing there for you, you can click on the More Templates link and you can scroll through and you'll notice a couple of things. They have different categories of templates that you can use, or you can simply scroll through any of them. So, for example, let's say you're tasked with a job of tracking all the assets for your department or your company. You might want to start with the asset tracking template. Now, there may be some changes you need to make to make it work for you, but at least that way you don't have to start from scratch. So instead of scrolling through, we can use the Search for Online Templates box up here and just type Northwind. It is all one word and press Enter. And you should come up with the Northwind template. You're going to click on it one time. And you'll notice that it gives you an informational box over here on the right about what type of database it is. Because you're not actually impacting the template, it literally makes a copy of the template and it gives it a temporary file name. In your case, it might be database 1. Mine, it's database 3. And I'm going to just click where it says database 3 and I'm going to type my Northwind. It gives me the path of where it wants to place this database, and I'm going to use the file folder to browse for a location to put it. I want it in my working directory where I have all of the files for this course that are provided to you in the video description. So I'm going to browse to that directory. And once I do that, you'll see here that it retains the name that we put in, My Northwind. So I'm going to just click OK. And now I'm going to click on Create. So in Access, you want to name your item first instead of doing like a save afterwards. You could do a save afterwards and give it a name, but Access works a little bit different in this regard as compared to some of the other Office apps. So it's getting your template ready for you. And the first thing I'm going to have you do when you get in is clear the security warning, the yellow band at the top, by clicking Enable Content. The first thing that happens when you enable content is you have this login dialog form that pops up. It's programmed so that when this database is opened, it gives you the login dialog form. And you'll notice this is a sample, right? It has a drop down and you can select different people off of the list. We're going to just leave it on Andrew Cincini, the first employee on the list, and go ahead and click the login button so it takes you into the database. Now, this is another form that pops up. So it's designed, so for this person, Andrew Cincini, it's showing active orders, it's showing inventory to reorder, and on the right side, you have a series of quick links that would lead Andrew to view inventory, view orders, view all of these different things. So a pretty slick form that pops up after the login form. Now, this form also allows Andrew to start a new customer order or a new purchase order. You'll also notice that in the inventory to reorder section, these are links for product names. So if I click on the first one, Northwind Traders Boysenberry Spread, it opens up yet another form that shows me the product details for that. So it's showing me everything about that particular product on that form. And I can use the X to close that form, or I can use the close link right here to close that form. So two forms happen when you go into the Northwind database. You get your login form, and then you get what's known as the home form that comes up and can be utilized to go to different parts of the database. Now, I'd like to draw your attention to the left side of the screen. You'll notice on the left side of the screen, it's collapsed right now, but it says navigation pane over here on this left side of the screen. Above the text, you'll see the double arrows, and you can use that to expand the navigation pane. And once it's expanded, if I want to make it wider, I do have a separator bar between the navigation pane and the home form, and I'm going to just extend it. Now, this navigation pane has been customized. You'll learn how to customize the navigation pane later in the course, but for right now, we want to change it to its default view. So at the very top, to the right of where it's saying actually Northwind Traders there, you'll see that little drop down arrow. And you can utilize that to get to different ways of viewing this, right? So Northwind Traders is the customization view that we're looking at right now. And we want to go to the default view. So we're going to click on Object Type. So if you don't have a customization, this is what it would default to, where it has all the different database objects listed by type. So if I expand tables, I'll see all of the different tables that are in this database. And I can collapse it by using the reverse double arrow. There's a bunch of queries in this database that have already been created, as well as forms, reports, macros, and modules. So let's examine the table database object. So when I expand the tables group again, the first table that's listed, and you'll notice they're in alphabetical order in their grouping, is the customers table. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to double click on it. So now it's taken me to the customers table. Now, we never close that form, right? The home form. So if you notice at the top here, you have a tab for both the home form and you have one for the customers table, which is the active one. So the customers table looks very similar to an Excel spreadsheet. This is known as data sheet view, right? So you have a row which contains a record of information, and your columns are the fields in the table, right? So row 1 is a record for this company named Company A, gives you contact information, email address, if any, job title, so on and so forth. And you can scroll across to see any additional information that's contained in that table. Now, if I right click on the Customers tab above the table, the only other view for a table is Design View. So let's click in Select Design View. And we can just do yes if you get this message that pops up. So Design View, this is typically the view I work in when I'm creating a new table, Design View. And you'll learn more about Design View when we start to create our own database. Now, we can close that table tab by using its X, or you can right click on either the Home or the Customer table tab, and you can choose Close All. And that's the choice I'm going to make. So now we have no open objects, and we can collapse tables in the navigation pane. Go ahead and expand queries. So we're going to take a look at a query. It's named Product Category Sales by Date. And if you right click on the query in the navigation pane, it says that you can open it or you can open it in Design View. So opening is the same as double clicking it. So I'm going to go ahead and select Open. And again, this is kind of like data sheet view, looks like an Excel spreadsheet. So here's our asking a question of the database. We want to see product category sales by date. So we have our categories on the right, the dates on the left, and the sum of the quantity in the middle. Now I'm going to right click that product category sales by date tab. And you'll notice that we have, once we're in it, we have Design View and SQL View available to us. So Data Sheet View is what would happen if you double click it or you choose Open when you right click it in the navigation pane. Let's take a look at Design View. And you'll get comfortable working in this view during this course. We're going to create queries by using a wizard. We're also going to create queries in Design View. So you'll learn more about Design View later on. And we can right click on the tab again, and we can go to SQL View. When you create a query, either in Design View or by using the Query Wizard, it creates SQL scripting code. So SQL is structured query language, right? You get, by default, Access generating SQL language for you whenever you create a query. So this is what that query would look like if you wrote it in SQL. You could also go to this view and create a query if you know SQL scripting. You can just type it in, similar to what it says here. The only difference between doing it in Access and doing it in like SQL Server Management Studio is you have to end your query with a semicolon when you're doing it in Access. And that would cause an error if you did that in SQL Server Management Studio. So you literally have 3 different views for a query. You have Datasheet View, Design View, and SQL View. And you can go ahead and close that query. So now I'm going to collapse the queries category and expand forms. And the second form that we were on was called the Home form. So let's go ahead and double click on Home. And that's what we saw when we got past the login form when we first got into Northwind. And if you right click on the Home tab, you'll see that forms have 3 different views. So what we're looking at right now by double clicking is Form View. This view can be used to input new information, to make edits to your form, so on and so forth. Let's take a look at Layout View. Now, in Layout View, you'll notice it puts borders around each of these objects, right? So there's a border around this object here. And you can change the width of things. You can move stuff around when you're in Layout View. The benefit of doing it in Layout View is you're actually seeing the underlying data. Let's right-click on the Home tab again and go to Design View. So Design View, you can create your form in Design View. You can manipulate your form objects in Design View. The only thing is you're not seeing underlying data when you're in this view. You're just seeing the field names and their labels, so to speak. And we can close the home form. Now we'll collapse the forms category and expand reports. We're going to focus on a report called Top 10 Biggest Orders. We can right-click on it, and you'll see it has Open, Layout View, and Design View. Let's go ahead and choose Open, which is the same thing you would get if you were to double-click on it. So it shows the report. If someone were viewing it on their screen, this is the view that they could use. Let's right-click on the Top 10 Biggest Orders tab. And this is known as report view, so viewing it on the screen. Let's take a look at layout view. Layout view in a report is very similar to layout view in a form in that you can reorganize stuff in layout view and you're seeing the underlying data. Let's right-click again and go to design view. Again, you can create the report in this view. You can manipulate the way things look in this view. The difference between design and layout view, again, is that in design view, you're not seeing the underlying data. And we have another view, right-click again, and we have print preview. So if you're going to send the report or you want to email it or you want to print it, you can come into print preview. You'll notice when you're in print preview, the ribbon just has the file tab and print preview. So you can change the paper size, the margins, so on and so forth, your page layout. And then you have a whole data category over here toward the right where you can look at it in like Excel, export it as a text file, a PDF. You can email it from here, and you actually have a more drop down that you can access in that group too. So if you want to export it to rich text format in Word or XML or HTML, you can do all of that from preview view. You can also close print preview by using the last button on that ribbon tab, and it takes you back into design view. And we can go ahead and close the report by using the X on its tab. So now let's expand macros. And you can see there are two macros in this Northwind database. One is named AutoExec and the other delete all data. So if you wanted to delete all the data from the database, you could use that macro. An AutoExec macro is a specialized type of macro. You can only have one AutoExec macro per database, and it has to be named AutoExec. You can't change the name. It has to be named exactly like it is there. And AutoExec macros execute whenever the database opens. So when we opened this database, the login form executed. It showed up on the screen. And that is a result of that AutoExec macro. If I double click the macro or right click on it and choose Run, it will bring up that login dialog box. And I'm going to close that dialog box. So again, it happens whenever the database is open. The first thing that popped up was the login dialog box. If I right click on AutoExec again and I go to Design View, you'll see the steps that is used in this macro. I mentioned earlier with macros and Access, you build the macro. It's not recording your steps that you do like in Excel. You actually build the macro. So it's telling it if, I'll just break this down into plain English. If this file is not trusted, right, then it's going to open up a form called the startup screen. If it is trusted, it's going to open up the login dialog. So in this case, this is a trusted project. You'll learn more about security and stuff later. But so that's why it opened the login dialog that we saw. And we can close the auto exec macro tab. Last but not least, we're going to explore a module in here. So we have several different modules in the Northwind database. Let's right click on the customer orders module and choose design view. So this takes you into a whole different window, Microsoft Visual Basic for Applications, VBA, and this is the VBA code that was created for that module. Now, you're going to learn just a brief bit of Visual Basic for Applications during this course. But one thing you should know is that for a lot of people that don't know Visual Basic for Applications, you can create macros and then convert them into Visual Basic for Applications code. So I'm going to close this window. I'm going to the top X in the upper right-hand corner to close out of Visual Basic. So now I'm going to go ahead and collapse macros, modules, and my reports categories. And I'm going to expand tables again. And let's go back to the customers table, and I'm going to just double click it. So we're looking at it in datasheet view. And if you look up at the ribbon, because we have a table open, we get two contextual tabs on the ribbon at the end of the ribbon. So we have a table fields tab and we have a table tab. And that's only because we've opened this table. So if I close the table using the X on the tab, those two tabs disappear from the ribbon. When I open the table again by double clicking, they reappear. So you get contextual tabs throughout Microsoft Office products, but just wanted to show you how the ribbon will change in Access as well. So if we go to the Home tab of the ribbon that has your normal clipboard group and sort and filter and a records group, all of that kind of stuff, text formatting. You also have a Create tab, which you're going to get acquainted with during this course. You have an External Data tab, which you will get acquainted with during this course. Database Tools, these are your basic ribbon tabs. And you'll learn how to use certain items on this tab as well during this course. You have Help, where you can get help, you can get in touch with support, you can give feedback, so on and so forth. And in addition to your Help tab on the ribbon, you have your Tell Me What You Want to Do, so you can search for different things. So here on my list, I have Switchboard Manager here, and it tells me it wants to launch it for me. And you'll learn how to create a switchboard, which is a specialized form, later in the course. I'm going to click No. So Tell Me What You Want to Do can take you to an area of the program that you may have forgotten how to get to that you need to use. So that's the main ribbon tabs that you have here in Access. You've already learned how to navigate in the navigation pane. You've already learned how to close object tabs by either right-clicking and choosing Close or Close All, or just using the X in the upper right-hand corner to close the tab, which I'm going to do with that customers table right now. The other thing you have at the bottom is a status bar like in the other Office programs. So all the way at the bottom of the screen in the gray band where it says ready, that is your status bar. And if I right click in a blank area of the status bar, these are all the things that I can see in the access status bar. So for example, my num lock is on, right? And so over to the right of my status bar, you see the text there saying that num lock is on. If I turn the caps lock on my keyboard, then I get that notification also to the right of the status bar that my caps lock is on. So let's go back to the Database Tools tab on the ribbon while we're still in the My Northwind database. And on that tab, you'll see there's a relationships group. And in that group, you have a relationships button. So the way that relational databases work is you have multiple related tables in your database. So before we go into the relationships window, if I expand tables again, you'll see that I have customers table, I have employees table, I have orders details, order details tables, products. So each table stores a specific bit of information that's related to other tables, right? And you'll learn that in the next lesson when we get ready to start creating our own database. You'll get more insight into that. But for right now, the relationships between the tables control a lot of things. So if it keeps you from having to repeat information. So your customers table just holds customer information. Your orders table holds orders information. They're related through a common field. And again, you'll learn more detail on that shortly. But for right now, let's just look at the relationships that are in this My Northwind database. So we're going to click on the relationships button, and I'm going to move my separator back over so I see more relationships. So it looks crazy, doesn't it? Right? So let's just look at the relationship between customers table and the orders table. First of all, no matter where I move the table tile to, the relationship stays intact. But if you look at the line between customers and orders, you'll see that it has a 1 on one side of the line, the side closest to the customers table, and then it has an infinity symbol on the other side of the line closest to the orders table. That means it's a one-to-many relationship. And again, you'll get more information on that shortly. So one customer can have many orders. That's what it's saying. And the common field between those tables, now I'm going to I'm going to just do the width of the orders table a little bit so I can see the field names. So this ID field in the customers table, it is the customer ID, okay? And that is mirrored in the orders table. So that's the common field that's relating both of those tables. So you don't have to do duplicate information. In the orders table, it knows which customer's information it's accessing because of the customer ID field. So again, when we create our database, you're going to actually learn more about relationships because you're going to have to create them. So on the ribbon now, while we're in relationships, we're on the relationships design contextual tab, and the last button on that tab is close. So if I move my mouse or any table tiles around, it's going to prompt me to save my changes. I'm going to just say no and close that relationships window. And further to that, we can go ahead and close the My Northwind database. So I'm going to just click on the File tab of the ribbon and close. So you want to remain in Access, but you don't have anything open in Access at this point. Now that we've explored the Northwind database and you got to see the different database objects, how to use the navigation pane in default view, we're getting ready to create our own database without using a template. We're going to create one from scratch. And before we do that, just want to give you some background information. So you want to plan a new database. You just don't want to open access and start building a database without having a plan. The most important thing is figuring out what is its business purpose. And once you find the answer to that question, you would want to confer with colleagues who will be also utilizing the database to get their input. And then you'll need to determine who is actually going to use the database and how will those users be trained. So 4 key steps. I mean, if you have users that are used to working in Access databases, that's great, but this might be a new experience for them, so they'll have to be trained on how to use the database. Now, we did not see an example of object naming conventions in the Northwind database. I am a stickler for this kind of thing, and I continuously use the appropriate object naming prefixes when I'm working with database objects. And you'll see on this slide, I have some examples. So the 3-character prefix for tables is TBL, and typically the table name is plural. So TBL customers. If it's more than one word, it would be an example, TBL products information. And notice the words are mushed together with initial capital letters, except for the lowercase prefix. The reason why I use the prefix, if I'm looking at my database objects in a list of some sort, typically I may use the same name for a different objects. So we have queries, and I could have a table named TBL customers, but I could also have QRY customers, which immediately lets me know it's a query. FRM customers, it's a form. RPT for reports. MCR for macros, and MOD for modules. Now, often you'll see that macros and modules don't have the prefix, but I definitely make sure that I use a prefix on tables, queries, forms, and reports. I'm also going to review now what we're going to cover in lesson 4, and then we're going to go back to Access and get started on this. So once we create our database, we're going to start designing and creating new tables. So there are planning steps for database tables, and we're going to create tables in design view. And in terms of populating tables, we can do manual data entry, and we can also import data from Excel. When I learned how to plan database tables, I learned to think of a database as a multi-subject planner that has one overall topic. So this would be like the database that we're going to create is going to be similar to Northwind in theme, and that it's really going to be about customers, their orders, and things of that nature, products. So a multi-subject planner for one topic, and then you have related subjects, which are the different tables. Each table should cover one topic. So a customers table, an employees table, a products table. And what makes it into a relational database is that you have related fields in the tables, and you'll use the relationships window to create the relationships for your database tables. One thing you want to do is plan your tables on paper first. And when you're planning your tables, think of what you want to name the table, as well as what fields are going to be in the table. And you want to break your fields down to their lowest form. So in other words, you don't want just an address field, one address field, and say, for example, a customer's table. You might perhaps want to have address 1, address 2, city, state, zip, broken down like that. If you have it all in one field, it will not be easy to sort for your customers in New York or your customers in California in any kind of order, or filter for those state designations either. And before you build your tables, you want to review your table plan. What I like to do is I like to give my table plan to an uninterested party to review. Sometimes we work in silos. So we might have a lot of acronyms that we use, but anybody that doesn't know what they stand for is going to have problems understanding what you're talking about. So I like to make sure it's clear so that if new people are coming in, they'll be able to use the database, so on and so forth, without having to seek out clarity about what does this heavily acronymed field even represent. So I like an uninterested party to review my table plan and tell me if the field names make sense to them. So now we're going to create our new database from scratch. And we're going to do that by going to the File tab. And if you're on Home, you should see Blank Database up here. But if you do not, you can go to New and you'll definitely see it there. So we want to click on Blank Database one time. And we can name it here, or we can navigate to the directory where we're going to save it first and then name it there. Let's do that. So I'm going to browse to that location. And when I get to that location, I am going to name it Customer Orders. And I'm going to click OK. So now I can go ahead and click the Create button. And when you start with a new blank database, it gives you one table with one field in it. It names that table, Table 1, and it gives it an ID field. It also opens the table in Datasheet View. That's all it gives you when you create a new database from blank. So we could create our table in Datasheet View, but I actually prefer to create my tables in Design View. So what we're going to do is we're going to right-click on the Table 1 tab and switch to Design View. At this point, it's going to want us to name the table. So we're going to use the table prefix of TBL in all lowercase, and then we're going to do a capital C and spell out the rest of customers. So TBL customers, plural. And we're going to click OK. It saved the table and it put us in Design View. Now, the reason why I like to work in Design View versus Datasheet View is it actually gives you a few more options, and I think it's an easier view to work in. So the first field that it gave us, it only gave us one in this table, is an ID field. Well, I like to be more specific with the field name. So since this is the customers table, I'm going to go in front of ID and I'm going to just rename that field to customer ID. Now, let me just explain why there is a symbol of a key in the row header for that field. You'll see that little key right above where I was trying to point with my pointer. Let me do this again. So you will see a tiny little key in that row header. That means it is a primary key field. Now, this is terminology you should know about at this point. A primary key is a field in a table that forces every record in the table to be unique. So If I have a customer ID of 01 or the number 1, there and if they have the same name, address, and other data as another customer that has a customer ID of 15, they are not duplicate records. Each of those is unique because they have a different customer ID. So a primary key field forces each record in the table to be unique. And so we're going to use the auto number data type here. Now, this means that we don't have our own customer IDs that we've been using. Access will create them for us, and it will, every time we enter a new customer record, it will give it the next sequential number. So 1, 2, 3, so on and so forth. And we're happy with this field right now. We don't need a description. Notice it says that a description is optional. We'll go down to the next field name cell. So our next field name here is going to be company name. And I'm using initial caps, but I'm not separating the words at this point. And for that one, if we tab over to data type, you'll notice it will default to short text. So short text allows you a maximum of 255 characters in the field. If you go to the data type drop down, you'll see the other data types that you have available in Access. So long text would be something like if you want a notes field where you need a large amount of text. You have number and large number, date time. Date time extended data type is new in this version of Access. So date time extended matches up with SQL long date formats. You have currency auto number, which we discussed. It will assign sequential numbers for you. Yes, no, that typically presents as a checkbox. Olay object, hyperlink attachment, calculated. And then you have the lookup wizard, which is a way to link tables to each other, as you'll see later in the course. So we're going to leave this on short name. And for this one, we'll put in a description and we'll just say customer company name. Now the description will show up in the status bar if records are being entered in datasheet view, or even if you create a form based off of a table, the description will show in the status bar of the form. And it's really good for fields that need some more detail, especially for new users to the database. So they'll be able to look down at the status bar and see what's expected. We're going to go to our next field. So I'm going to have you complete the rest of the fields just for the customer table. All of them except the last 3, email, active, and employee, all of them will have the short text data type. So email, you want to use hyperlink, active, yes, no, and employee number, but otherwise you're going to do short text. So go ahead and finish entering these fields in the customer table. And when you're done, your screen should look like this. We're going to come back in here momentarily, add a few more descriptions for certain fields, and we're going to deal with some field properties. So we're going to add a description for both the active field and the employee field. I'm going to go to the active description cell and type, is the customer currently active? ? Again, that will show in the status bar, in datasheet view, also in form view if we're referencing the table from a form. And then for the employee description, we're going to choose, please select an employee from the list. Now, we don't have a list yet, but we will have one, and you'll see how that works a little bit later. If you'll notice on the bottom half of this screen, we've been working on the top half, right? The bottom half of the screen, you have field properties. And there's actually two different tabs down there. You have a general tab and you have the lookup tab. We're going to focus on the general tab right now. So the properties will change depending on the data type of a field. So let's do this. In the upper half, let's click anywhere within the row where the state field is. And you'll notice on the bottom half, you're seeing the field properties. So it's a short text field. It can have a maximum field size of 255 characters. We are going to make that field size 2. We're going to force it so that it's a 2-character state abbreviation that we want used. So we're going to change the field size to 2 down in the field properties panel. The other thing we want to do with our state field is we want to change its format property. That's the next property under field size. And what you're going to do there is you're going to put a greater than symbol. That says, regardless of how the user types in this 2-character state abbreviation, if they type it in lowercase, it's going to force it into uppercase. So we want consistency in our database tables. We don't want some users typing out, for example, California, the entire state name, or abbreviating it to CALIF, period. We want consistency. So no matter how it's typed in, it will be formatted to 2 characters in uppercase. The next field we want to adjust a property for is the phone field. So I'm going to select that field in the upper half of the screen. And what we want to do is we want to put an input mask on the phone field. So it will make all the phone numbers that are input have the same formatting. You know, sometimes people put the area code in parentheses. Sometimes they don't, and they put a dash between the area code and the first 3 numbers. Again, we want consistency in our database. So when you use an input mask, the end user only types in the raw numbers and access will apply to formatting. So when you click in the input mask property, what you're going to need to do is you're going to need to go all the way over to the right side and you will see an ellipsis button. Now you could type in the input mask, but you need to have some practice doing that. It really is easier to use the wizard initially, and that's what we're going to do when we click the ellipsis, is we're going to access the input mask wizard. So it's going to tell you that you have to save your table first. We already gave it a name, so you're going to save it now, and it opens the input mask wizard. So the phone number wizard is what we want. That's the input mask that we want. So it's already selected. Down at the bottom, we're going to choose next. And so you'll see the actual input mask here, or actually part of it here in this screen. So it has an exclamation point and then in parentheses 3 nines. The 9s represent an optional number. So it's not requiring that an area code is written in or typed in. It can be optional. The area code can be optional. If the area code is not entered, the exclamation point is saying, start the numbers on the right side. So you don't end up with the first 3 digits of the phone number in the parentheses. That'll look really messed up. What we want to do here is we want to change it. We want the area code to be required. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to Get rid of the exclamation point because we won't need it anymore. And we're going to change those 9s in the parentheses to 0s. So we want inside the parentheses, instead of 3 9s, we're going to want 3 0s. Get those in there. And it might be in overtype mode, so you're going to be typing over the 9s instead of insert mode. So the placeholder character in the field, we're not going to change it. We'll leave it on the underscore. You'll see how that looks when we are done here. So now we're going to do next. And we have one question to answer here. And this only applies to if you're going to be exporting the data to, say, Excel or something. Do you want to export it with the symbols in the mask so it looks like a formatted phone number, or without the symbols? I always choose with the symbols in the mask. We're going to do next and then finish. So now if you look at that input mask, what's in there, if you were going to type it in, that's how you would have to type it, with every backslash, every double quote, every dash. So again, it can be easier to use the wizard. And we're going to right-click on our table tab and save it. Let's right-click on our table tab and go to Datasheet View. And if you notice, and I'm going to just expand the width of the company name column. So whatever the field name is what's going to show as a column heading. Now there's a property that you can use to change that. It won't change the field name. It will just change the way it shows, like in a column heading here. And that is the caption property. So let's go back to Design View. On the upper half, click anywhere in the company name field. In your field properties panel, you want to click in the caption field property box. And in there, you're going to type it in plain English, company space name. And then go ahead. And another way you can switch between views here, I should point this out. When we're in table design, you're on the table design tab of the ribbon. And the first button is view. So you can use that button to switch back and forth between design and datasheet view as well. So when I click on Datasheet View here, because I made a change, it's going to prompt me that I have to save the table. So I'm going to say yes. And now we can see company name is displaying its caption and not the actual field name there as it was before. So the caption will change the way the field name is displayed, but the actual field name is still company name, all mushed together. So now we're going to create an employees table, and I'm going to get you started on it, and then I'll put the slide up with the fields that you're going to want in the table and their data types. So this time we're going to leave the customers table open, and we're going to go to the create tab on the ribbon, and we want to do it in table design view. So in the tables group, you're going to click on table design. So this one doesn't give you any fields, right? It just gives you a blank table in design view. So the employee table field names is on the bottom half of the slide. The employee ID field is going to be auto number, and the remaining 3 fields are going to be short text. Now, let me talk about that for a minute. Extension is going to be their phone extension, right? It's going to be numbers, but in Access, you don't make a field a number field unless you might want to do a calculation on that field, typically. So we're not going to be doing a sum of extensions. Now, in our customer table, we made the employee field, which is going to map to the employee ID field in the employee table. We made that a number field because if employee ID is auto number, when it's referenced in another table, you can't also make it auto number, or it creates a conflict. So you have to make it number. But in most cases, a number field is a number that you plan to do calculations on. So employee ID is going to be auto number, and the remaining 3 fields are going to be short text. Go ahead and build out that employee table, and you're going to name it TBL employees. When you're done, your screen should look like this. I haven't saved it yet, so I'm going to just right click on the Table 1 tab and save. And like I said, it's going to be TBL. We're using the prefix here, employees. And it lets me know that there is no primary key defined. Okay, so when we created the customers table, we didn't create that from scratch. When we created our blank database, it gave us that table. And it also gave us an ID field, which it made a primary key field. So it's asking you, do you want to create a primary key now? I'm going to say no on this one. Now, Access doesn't really care, but you should care. I didn't want it to do it for us, so that's why I said no. We want to make the employee ID field the primary key field. And again, we're using auto number, so each employee ID will be unique in the table. So the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to just right click on the employee ID row heading, and I'm going to choose primary key by clicking it, and it puts that key icon there. I also could have clicked anywhere in the employee ID row and clicked on primary key in the tools section of the table design ribbon. But either way, we now have a primary key field for this table as well. We are just going to adjust one field property, and that's for the extension field. We're going to give it a field size, your first field property on the bottom. We want to make it 4. In our mythical company, we only have 4-digit extensions on our phone lines. And we can take a look at it in Datasheet view. It's going to prompt you to save. It only prompts you for design changes. And we decide that we want to caption last name and first name so they're not mushed together. So I'm going to go back to design view and use your caption field property for both last and first name to make it into 2 separate words. And once you're done, you can go ahead and save, and you can take a look at it again in Datasheet view so you can see your captions. So moving on in this module, we're getting ready to manually enter data into a table. We're only going to enter a couple of records. And then you're going to learn some other data entry shortcuts and techniques that we'll use to populate the tables that we created, as well as to create new tables that are already populated. After that, we'll learn how to sort and filter our table data in Access. Okay, so what we're going to do here is we'll close our customers table and we'll leave our employees table in Datasheet view, and we're going to enter just a couple of employee records here. I'll walk you through what they are. So since our employee ID is set to auto number, even if we wanted to put something in there, it wouldn't let us save the record. It's going to take care of that. So we're going to click in the first last name field, and we're going to just type Jones. And I use my tab key to go over to first name. Now, as soon as you type Jones, it gave you the employee ID of 1. And also I want to point out, if you look in the row header here, it is showing a pencil icon, and that means that that row is being edited. In Access, you don't have to save your work in terms of the data that you're putting into a table. You have to save table design items, but when you exit the row and the pencil icon disappears, that's when that record is saved. So this person's first name is Vicky with a Y, and their extension is 1001. And then I'm going to go to the next last name field, and we're going to type Brewster, and it's Joey, and his extension is 1002. And I'm going to use my down arrow now just to exit that row and get rid of the pencil so that these two records are now saved in my database. And let's go ahead and do the X to close the employees table. And then if you double click it in your navigation pane, you'll see that your records are still there. You can close it again. Now, we just entered two records directly into a table. Normally, you wouldn't be doing that. Normally, you would populate your table data a different way. If you're doing manual data entry, you'd probably want to be doing it from a form rather than within the table itself. But we're going to populate the customers table and the rest of the employees table by using data that's already stored in Excel. So now that we manually entered two records in the employees table, we're going to populate the table from an Excel file that you grabbed from the video description called Import into Access. So that file doesn't need to be open right now. It just needs to be in a directory that you can get to easily. And what we're going to do is we're going to go up to the External Data tab on the ribbon. And you'll notice there's just two groups on this tab. There's your import group, import and link group, and there's an export group. Well, we're interested in importing data into Access tables from an Excel spreadsheet. So we'll be working in the import and link group by going to the new data source dropdown, hovering over from File, and you'll notice here you have Excel, HTML, XML, text file. You could also bring in data from another Access database from SQL Server. There's other online services like from a SharePoint list and other sources. So we're going to hover over from File, and we are going to choose Excel. So what you need to do is you need to browse to wherever you put that import into Access file from the video description, and you're going to double click it. Now we have choices at the bottom. So we could import the source data into a new table in the current database, which we're not going to do because we already have an existing table. We want to append a copy of the records to the table, and then over to the right, do the drop down and select TBL employees. Your other option here is link to the data source by creating a link table, and you'll learn about linked tables later in this video course. So we're going to keep it on the second choice, append, and we're going to click OK. Now on this screen at the top, it's showing the worksheets that are in that Excel file. If you had named ranges in a file, you could show them, but we're going to show the worksheets. We have worksheets for all of the tables that we're going to ultimately want to have. We already have our customer and employees tables defined, but we don't have any data in them. So if you click on employees for your table, you'll see the employee ID starting with employee ID 3 because we entered employee ID 1 and 2, right? And you have the rest of their information that we're importing here. So at the bottom, we're going to click on Next. And it just shows us, it already detected that the first row contains column headings. So that's already been promoted there. We're going to do Next again. And it's asking us to verify which table we're importing into. And it's on TBL employees. So we can click on Finish. Now, if this is an import that you're going to be doing frequently, you could save the import steps. In our case, we're not going to do that. We're going to just do Close. And now if you double click your TBL employees, you'll see that in addition to Vicki Jones and Joey Brewster, it brought in the other employees and their extensions from that Excel file. And we didn't have to type it in. So this is a data entry shortcut. If you already have the data in an existing format, you don't have to retype it into Access. And we're going to close that employees table. Now we're going to bring in data from the customers table, and I'm going to show you what that looks like in Excel before we do that. Now we're going to use the same process to import the data for the customers table into Access. And we didn't manually enter any customers, so we'll be able to get this whole data set here imported in. Now with this one, we may get an error upon import, and I want to explain why before we do it. If you notice a couple of fields, if you notice here, our employee column is listing employee names. We set it up in ours as a number field. So not a short text field as it would be here, but a number field. And that's because you're going to learn how to use a lookup from one table to another later in this course. So we'll probably get an error here when we go to import this, but it's one of those errors that will scare you, but if you just go through it, it won't do anything negative. So I want to point that out before we get it in here. And so I'm going to go ahead and close this file. And so back in Access, I'm going to do the same process on the External Data tab. I'm going to go to New Data Source, from File, Excel. I'm going to navigate to that same file and double click it. We're going to choose the Append option again. And this time we're going to leave it on TBL customers. That drop down, they would be in alphabetical order on that drop down. So we're going to leave it on TBL customers. The table already exists, and we're going to click OK. And now when we're showing worksheets, we want to be looking at the customers worksheet there. And we're going to do next. And next again. It's just verifying the table that you're importing to, and we're going to do finish. And this is where it's going to give us this error message, right? Access was unable to append all the data to the table. If records were lost, either the records you pasted contain primary key values that already exist, or they violate referential integrity, all of this stuff, right? The asterisk above that one is the one that applies here. If data was deleted, the data you pasted or imported doesn't match the field data types or the field size property. That's kind of like it, right? Because we do have that different data type there. So all of this to say, I just want to prepare you for this happens. We made the employee for our customers table a number data type, and in the actual Excel file, it's a text data type. So that's why we're getting this error. Do you want to proceed anyway? We're going to say yes. We're not going to save the import steps here, so we're going to just close. And when we open the customers table by double clicking it, you'll see that everything was brought in except for the employee, because it's a different data type than what we defined in our table structure. So, error message that may scare the boots off of you, but at the end of the day, it'll bring in most of your information. And we're going to get this fixed later in the course when we link this table to the employees table to get that information. So go ahead and close your customers table. So we have more information, more table data information to bring in from that Excel file. And we're going to do a slightly different process this time because we haven't created these tables already in Access. So we're going to go back to our new data source from File, Excel. We're going to navigate to that same import into access file. And this time we're going to leave it on the first choice, import the source data into a new table in the current database. Now it gives you good information there. If the specified table does not exist, Access will create it. If the specified table already exists, Access might overwrite its contents with the imported data. Changes made to the source data will not be reflected in the database. So in our case, Access is going to create the table for us, and it's going to bring in the data to the table. So we're going to click OK at the bottom. And this time we're going to start. We already have our customers and employees table done. We're going to start with categories. So we're going to click on categories. We're going to do next. Here it lets us get to first row contains column headings. If we wanted to uncheck that, we would, but we don't. And we're going to do next. Now here we get a different screen that we haven't seen before. So the thing is, it gives you the name of the field, whether it's indexed, and you'll learn about that a little bit later, and the data type as it is in Excel. And the only other option you have here is do not import the field. So if you wanted to skip a field or fields from a table, you can simply check do not import this field. So I normally deal with the data types in design view after I get them all of the data into Access. So we're going to just do next on here. And it defaults to letting Access add a primary key. So now we have a new ID field, which is not in the Excel file, and we don't want that. So we're going to say choose my own primary key, and it's going to default to the category ID. So we already have a numeric category ID that we can use as the primary key field. And we're going to do next. And we're going to just append the name of it. So it wants to name it based on the Sheet tab in Excel. So just categories. Well, before that, I'm going to do TBL prefix so we have consistency in our naming convention. And I'm going to finish. We're not going to save the import steps. So we have other sheets in that Excel file. And I'm going to have you bring them in and create the tables for you on your own. So I'm going to have you create the next 3 tables on your own by bringing them in from Excel. And that would be for the order details sheet tab, the orders sheet tab, and the products sheet tab from that same Excel file. Make sure you name them using the 3-character TBL prefix. If you forget to do that when you're working through the steps, you can always right-click in your navigation pane to rename an object. So you should now have the order details, orders, and products tables in your navigation pane. I did not let Access create the primary key for me. For order details table, I use the order detail ID as the primary key. For the orders table, I use the order ID. And for the products table, I use the product ID. And the product ID is actually a pre-existing code. So a lot of times a product ID, if it was, it could be the product SKU, something that's already existing. So you wouldn't want that to be an auto number field. So we did that with the product ID field here. If I look at the products table in Datasheet View, you can see those product IDs are codes of a sort. And we want to use those codes instead of creating an auto number code. So once you create new tables by importing from Excel, you're going to want to review in Design View, you're going to want to review the data types and field properties for those newly created tables. So we're going to start on the products table. And before we change any of the properties, let's go to datasheet view and look at the way the information came in. So we have our product IDs, product names, prices, currency, that's good. Product manual has zeros and ones there, right? Even though it's showing that it's a short text field, for some reason it's populating as zeros and ones. And the reason why it's doing that, I'm going to show you in the Excel file. It has zeros and ones for product manual, and they made those into text instead of numbers. So we're going to deal with that in design view. We're going to fix a few things. So I'm going to just go back to design view for the products table. And the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to just go down the list, right? I'm good with the product ID being the primary key field. For the product name field, I'm going to just do a caption field property so I can have a space between the words, product name. And that's fine as short text. Price is great as currency. That's what it should be. For the product manual, now we'll start with the data type here. We have attachments in the files from the video description that we're going to use for a couple of those products as their manual. So what we want to do is let's attempt to change the data type for product manual from short text to attachment. And it's going to let us know that we cannot do this. You can add a new field instead. So we're going to click OK. And we're going to right click on the category ID row header and choose insert rows. So just like in Excel, you get a row above it. In that new row, we're going to type a field name and we're just going to call it manual, and we're going to give it the attachment data type. And then we're going to right click on the product manual row header. And we're going to delete that row, and we're going to select yes. So we overcame that issue by creating a new field. You'll see sometimes that happens, especially when you're bringing stuff in from Excel. So we're looking good with our products table. I'm going to go ahead and save my changes. And let's take a look at it in datasheet view again. So now for an attachment data type, notice it gives you the paper clip, right? Even though we named the field manual, it gives you the paper clip icon. So we'll fix that with a caption when we go back in. But in the meantime, we have a couple of attachments that we're going to add. And again, they're in the files from the video description. So we have one for simple cash register and super duper cash register. For super duper cash register, I'm going to click in the attachment field and right click and choose manage attachments. Now I can click add on the right side, and I'm going to add the super duper cash register Word document. And I'm going to click OK. So notice now it has a 1 in the parentheses indicating there's one attachment. Go ahead and add the simple cash register Word document as the attachment for simple cash register. And to view your attachment, you're going to do the same thing. You can click in the attachment field, right click, go back to manage attachments. And with it selected, you can open, and it's going to launch Word. It's in protected view, but there's the Word document. And we're going to do the X to close it. You can also remove an attachment, add more attachments, save as, and save all. I'm going to cancel out of there. The last thing for the products table is to caption the attachment data type. We want to caption it with the word manual so we don't see the paper clip. So go back to design view. I'm already in the manual field, so I'm going to just go down, and for the caption, I'm going to just type the word manual, press enter, save it, go back to datasheet view, and you can see now instead of the paper clip, it has manual as a column heading. We can go ahead and close the products table, and let's work on our orders table next. Now notice we brought in the order IDs. They're in sequential order from the Excel sheet. And let's take this into design view so we can look at our data types and make sure that everything is the way we want it to be. So the first thing we want to do is we want our order IDs to be auto numbered. If we try to change this to auto number, it's going to let us know that we can't do that because there's already data in that field in the table. So if you want to see that error, go ahead and try to change the data type for order ID to auto number, and it'll let you know because there's data in the table. You can't change this data type. So we're going to click OK, and the workaround is to add another field. So we're going to right click the customer ID row header and insert a row. We will call it ID for now, and we're going to make it auto number. And then we're going to right click on the order ID row header and click on primary key so that that field is no longer the primary key field. And by right clicking IDs row header, we're going to make it the primary key. We can go ahead and delete the order ID row and confirm the deletion, and just change the name of the ID field to order ID. And you can go ahead and save and look at it in datasheet view. Because it was sequential, we didn't lose any information. And we're going to go back to design view. The only other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to capture order date and ship date fields so that they're in plain English, the space between the words. So go ahead and caption order date and ship date so that the column headings show the way that you're captioning it. And again, you're going to save and take a look in datasheet view to your changes. And we can close the orders table. Okay, so we have our order details table to review next. And I'm looking at it in datasheet view. You don't have to do this, but I'm going to reopen the orders table. So the orders table just contains a unique identifier, the order ID. It has a reference to the customer, order date, and ship date, but it doesn't contain any detail information about the actual orders. So I'm going to close the orders table, and order details is where you get the details of each order. So there's an order detail ID as a unique identifier. It references the order ID, the product ID, and the quantity in this table. Now, if you look at the order detail ID and order ID fields, right, you should never have more than one of those combinations. So in your table. So for example, order detail ID 1 and order ID 1 should only be in the table one time. If you look at order ID 1, so the first order had two items in it, right? Order detail ID 1 and order detail ID 2 gives you the products and their quantities. So that combination of order detail ID 1 and order ID 1 should not be repeated in this table. The way to make sure that doesn't happen is instead of having a primary key field, we're going to create a composite ID. Composite ID field is when you have more than one field that serves as a primary key, and any combination of that field can only show in your table one time. And we're going to set that up in design view. So in design view, the first thing we're going to do is we want our order detail ID to be an auto number field. And so we can't change it to auto number because the table's already populated. So I'm going to right click on the order ID row header and insert a row. I'm going to temporarily name it just ID, and I'm going to make it auto number. At this point, I'm going to save and just go take a look back in datasheet view. So you'll see that the numbers in order detail ID and the ID columns are exactly the same. So we can go back to design view. If I learn how to right click, that is. And so we're going to make the order detail ID field. We don't want it to be a primary key field. And then we're going to delete it and confirm the deletion. We're going to change the name of the ID field to order detail ID. And we're good with that one. So order ID is a number field because it's a foreign key in this table. It's the primary key in the orders table, but a foreign key here, right? Product ID, remember our product IDs are not auto number fields. They're actually short text fields. And quantity is appropriate as a number field. So the only thing we have to do here is create a composite key. So I'm going to right click on the row header for order detail ID and click on primary key. And then I'm going to right click on the order ID and select primary key. And then you say, uh-oh, it only allows you to have one if you do it that way. So it took away the key icon from order detail ID and just has it on the order ID. So just right click on order ID and get rid of primary key. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to click and hold on the order detail ID row heading and drag down one row so I have both of those fields selected. Now at this point, I'm going to use the ribbon to click on the primary key button and I'll get the two key icons. You just created a composite key. So any combination of order detail ID and order ID can only show once in your table. And we're going to go ahead and save our table and we can close it. So now we're going to move into sorting and filtering in a table. So let's go ahead and open up our customers table, and we want it in datasheet view, so we can just double click it from the navigation pane. And sorting just rearranges your record. So this table is sorted in ascending order by customer ID. That's the default sort that's happening here. And we decide we want it to be arranged by state in ascending order. So we're going to just right click on the state column, and at the very top, we're going to choose Sort A to Z. And now you'll notice that we're sorted by states in ascending alphabetical order. Let's do a different sort in here. Right click on the active, so is the customer active, currently active column, and we're going to sort selected to cleared. So all of the active customers are now at the top of the list. And we'll just take it back to our default sort order. Now, there's a couple of ways you can do this. If you look up at the ribbon right now on the Home tab, you can see that it has ascending is shaded with that column selected. And we can choose to remove the sort. Removing the sort here clears all the sorts. So we're back in our default sort order of customer ID. Now we're going to move into filtering, which gives you the ability to view just records of interest. So sorting rearranges your records, and filtering can exclude some records from your data set. So there's quite a few ways to filter. Let's say we only want to see our customers who are in California. I'm going to right click in the state field, any state field, And I'm going to choose at the bottom, toward the bottom of the shortcut menu, equals California. There you have it. Now I'm only viewing the 2 rows of interest, customers who are in California. Now there are a couple of visual cues I want to point out. So you realize that you're looking at not your full list of customers, you're looking at a filtered list. So first of all, on the ribbon, on the home tab of the ribbon, your toggle filter button will be shaded. Also, if you look down at your status bar over to the right, it will say filtered. And also where your record navigation tools are at the bottom, that area at the bottom of the screen where it says record 1 of 2, it also says filtered there. And you can get rid of the filter by clicking on filter down there or toggling filter on the ribbon. So when I toggle filter, I get my full list of table records back for the customer's table. Now let's do a opposite filter. We want to see all of our customers who are not in California. So instead of having to filter by all of those individual states, we can right click on any state field that has California in it, rather. I really know how to do this. So I'm going to right click on any California state field, and I'm going to choose does not equal California. And now I have all of the other states that I'm looking at the filtered list for. And I'm going to, just to switch it up, this time I'm going to clear the filter by clicking filter down in the record navigation area. And now I have my full list back. There's another type of filter that I'm going to show you now. And this one we're going to access from the sort and filter group on the ribbon. We're going to go to advanced and we're going to choose filter by form. So we're going to just press delete where it has that criteria in the state field, right? It will carry over criteria from your last filter. So we just want to make sure that that is not filled in. And what we're going to do for for city, we're going to do the drop down list and we're going to select Oregon City. And then over for active, we're going to check the box. So we only want to see currently active customers whose address is in Oregon City. And for that one, to make it work now, we're going to just click on toggle filter on the ribbon. And so now we have our result. So there's only one customer, active customer in Oregon City. And sometimes I'll use filter by form if I want to filter by more than one field, which is what we did there. We filtered by city and by active. And I'm going to toggle the filter to get my full list back. And if you look at the 2 Oregon City entries in the list, one isn't currently active and one is not. When we toured the Northwind database, we did look at how the tables in that database were related to each other by using the relationship window. In this lesson, we're going to start by exploring different relation types that are supported in Microsoft Access. We will be using the relationships window. Depending on your prior version of Access, the Add Tables task pane could be a new feature for you. And then we're going to actually create table relationships for our database that we created. So we talked about the one-to-many relationship earlier when we toured Northwind. That is the most common relationship type. An example would be one customer has many orders. So the one side of the relationship would be on the customer table. The many side would be on the orders table. You have a many-to-many relationship type. It requires a third table, so it actually ends up being 2 different one-to-many relationships. So the third table would be known as a junction table. It would typically include the primary key fields from the other two tables, and it could have its own primary key field as well as additional fields in there. So many products are on many orders. Many orders have many products. And then the one-to-one relationship type is not very common. You would use that like one employee has one orientation, one department has one manager, if that is the case. So you have some examples there of those types of relationships. So we're ready to start setting up our table relationships now. And by the way, the PowerPoint presentation I've been showing off and on, it's also included in the files for your video description. So you can reference it for future use anytime you want to. I will guide you through creating the relationships for our database that we're going to want to use. And I'm going to start by closing the customers table. And I'll say yes. Whenever it asks me if I want to save, yes. So to set up your relationships, we're going to go to the Database Tools tab on the ribbon. And in the Relationships group, we're going to click on Relationships. So the relationship window opens. It's currently blank because we don't have any relationships established in our database yet. Now, I mentioned a new feature, the Add Tables pane. That remains open all the time. So it used to be that once you added a table, if you didn't add multiples at the same time, you would have to then redisplay Add Tables. Now that panel stays open on the right side, so it lends itself to further efficiency. So we're going to want all of our tables. So I can hold down my Shift key and click on each table. And then at the bottom of the Add Tables pane, I can click on Add Selected Tables. So now we have our table tiles in the relationship window. And so what I'm going to do is, and it doesn't really matter how they're arranged, but I'm a little bit OCD, so sometimes it does matter to me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just drag my customers table over to the left. Then I would like to have my orders table, order details, products. Then I'll have categories and employees last. And I can select all of those tiles by drawing a selection net around them. So I'm clicking to the left and slightly above the customer table tile. I'm going to click and hold and just drag a box around all of them. And now that I drag the box around all of them, I can impact them as a group. I mean, I could move them somewhere else or something like that. But anyway, what I would like to do is I'd like to expand the tables, at least so I can see most of the field names in the tables, right? Sometimes you might have fields that start out being named like similarly, but they can change at the end. So I want to make sure I'm seeing all my field names. Take a moment to get that arranged. So personally, I like to have no scroll bars in my table tiles when possible. I mean, we have 6 tables in this database, but I've worked with far more complex databases where you just don't have enough space to have everything expanded in the relationships window like that. But when I can, I do. So I've sized everything. Quick note about the manual field in the products table. When you look at the table tile, it actually has 3 sub-entries: the file data, the file name, and the file type. That's where we attached those Word documents, and we use the attachment data type. So now that we can see all of our fields, what we need to do is establish what our common fields are between tables, because we use those to set up the relationship. So this slide will give you the common field between the tables. And, again, the slide deck is in the video description, so you can review it later on your own, but I'll walk you through this. We're going to create all one-to-many relationships, and we're going to do something called cascade updates on all relationships, as you'll see right now. I should mention, if you want more space in your relationships window, you can collapse your navigation pane by using the double arrow, and you can close the Add Tables pane on the right side. If you need it to get it back, it's right there on the Relationship Design tab of the ribbon. So we just have more space. The first relationship we're going to create is between the customers and the employees table. And the common field there is employee ID. Now, that's the primary key field in the employees table. And even though it doesn't have the same name in the customers table, that is the common field. It's just called employee there. So what we're going to do is we're going to click and hold on the employee ID field in the employees table tile, and we're going to drag it and drop it onto the employee field in the customers table tile. And the edit relationships dialog box will pop up. Now, I always review that I've got it right. So up at the top, it tells you the table or query, in our case, the employees table and what the field is, and the related table or query, the customers table, and what the matching field is. On the bottom half of this Edit Relationships dialog box, go ahead and check the box that says Enforce Referential Integrity. And enforcing referential integrity between tables means that it will not allow you to have any orphaned records. For example, you won't have any orders without a customer on them. That would be known as an orphaned record. When you enforce referential integrity, it gives you two other options. The first of which is cascade update related fields. So in this example, what this means is that if I update the employee ID field in the employees table, that update will cascade down to the customers table. And so you'll have the same employee ID at all times in both tables. And so we're going to check that box. Now, cascade delete related records requires a little bit more thought, I think. So if I were to delete, say, a customer record, would I want that customer to be erased from all of the orders they placed in the orders table? I probably wouldn't want that to happen. I would want to be able to get a historical view of all orders, whether the customer is no longer a customer of ours at that time. So that leads to a conversation about archiving a table so that you may have an archived customers table with all your old, no longer active customers in it, and don't expect them to be active anymore. Maybe that company went out of business or something of the sort. So you would want to archive that table and then have an unarchived customers table for your current customers, active or maybe temporarily inactive. So we're not going to check cascade delete related records here. Go ahead and click the Create button, and you'll see the join line, it's called. And I can move the employees table instance down so I can see the line a little bit clearer, but that line will never break unless we change something about it. So you'll notice the one that's on the nearest to the employees table tile. That is the one side of the relationship, right? And then you'll notice the infinity symbol on the side of the join line nearest to the customers table. That's the many side of the relationship. So one employee can service many customers in plain English. We're going to create our second relationship, and it's going to be between the order details and products table. So their common field is product ID. Now, I usually drag the key field. So in this case, I'm going to click and hold on product ID in the products table and drag it and drop it on top of product ID in the order details table. I'm going to check my table information up at the top, enforce referential integrity, cascade update, and notice at the bottom it does show you the type of relationship, one to many. And we're going to go ahead and click create. So we see that join line, one product can be on many order details. Sometimes when you create tables by bringing in data from Excel, it's going to have some glitches that will show up when you get to the relationships window. So I'm going to give you an example of that. Let's attempt to create a relationship between the customers and the orders table. And so the related field there would be customer ID. I'm going to drag the primary key customer ID onto the foreign key customer ID in the orders table. I'm going to enforce referential integrity, cascade update, and create. And we get this error message. Relationship must be on the same number of fields with the same data types. So we click OK and we cancel. Now, the other tables that we're going to have relationships with are also going to have that same error. I'm only going to show the error once, but this is good for you to know how to fix these types of things when they come up. And again, it's usually related to bringing in data from an outside data source, like we did with several of our tables. So we're going to go up to the Relationships Design tab on the ribbon and close. And it's going to ask us to save our changes, and we're going to say yes. Before I walk you through how to resolve these relationship errors you get when you're trying to create relationships, we're going to change a setting in Access to make it easier for us to work through these issues. So let's go to the File tab, and all the way at the bottom on the left, we're going to click on Options. And on the left side, it's already on the Current Database tab. So far, every time we open up an object, every time we open up multiple tables, they display on multiple tabs. So the default setting is Tab Documents. For what we're getting ready to do, it'll be easier if we have overlapping windows. So select the Overlapping Windows option button and click OK. And it's going to tell you that you're going to have to close and reopen your database for that option to take effect. We're going to do OK. And we're going to go back to the File tab and choose Close. And then back to the File tab. And we should have our customer orders right there under Recent. And we're going to reopen it. And then I'm going to expand my navigation pane. Now that we've done that, we're going to resolve the error between the customers and the orders table. So in the navigation pane, I'm going to right click on TBL customers and I'm going to choose Design View. And notice it's like in its own tab, it's its own document window here. So I'm going to resize this document window. I'm interested in just seeing the fields and their data types. And then in the navigation pane, I'm going to right click on the orders table and I'm going to open that in Design View as well and arrange that one so it's on the other side. So I can actually see Design View of both tables at the same time. This will make it easier for what we need to do. And I'm actually going to expand customers table just a little bit so I can see more of those properties. So if we look at this, we have our customer ID field in the customers table, and that is an auto number field. And in the orders table, it is a short text field, so a different data type. So remember, when your primary key field is auto number, the foreign key in another table has to have the number data type. So we need to change that. But before we do, let's right-click on the orders window and go to Datasheet View. So we see that even though the field is called Customer ID, it's actually showing the customer name. So I'm going to go back to Design View for the orders table. And what we're going to do is we're going to change the Customer ID field from the short text data type to the number data type. Once we go to switch back to Datasheet View, it's going to tell us we have to save our table. We're going to say yes. And it's going to let us know that some data may be lost. So it's going to wipe out all of those customer names. And I'll show you the proper way to get them to display in the table. We have to have matching data types here. So we're going to continue anyway by clicking yes. And then it lets you know it encountered errors and 30 records were deleted. We're going to proceed anyway. So now it takes me back to Datasheet View, and notice we have the Customer ID column, but it doesn't contain anything. Now, the moral to this story is these types of error are caused when you bring in data from Excel. So if I were setting up my data in Excel and I know that this is an error that's caused, I would use the Customer ID in the Customer ID field in the Excel sheet instead of the customer name, because I'm going to have that data stored in another table, which is the customers table. So I don't need the redundancy in Excel. But because we do have redundancy, we're going to have to fill in the appropriate customer IDs here in this datasheet view. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to maximize the orders table. So I'm just focused on that one. And I'm going to just call out the numbers every time I type in a number. So I'm in the first customer ID field. I'm going to type in a number, down arrow, type in a number, down arrow, all the way down to order ID 30. So I'm in the first customer ID field for order ID 1. And I'm going to type the number 1 and my down arrow. So remember, once you leave the row, it's saving that record. Your next number is also a 1, down arrow. We're going to do the first 5 together, and then mine is going to miraculously autofill. My screen is going to be zoomed in a little bit, and you'll be able to type in the rest of the numbers on your own by pausing the video. So our third number here is a 6, down arrow, 7, down arrow, 6, down arrow. So again, just pause the video. The highlighted row is where you're going to be starting on your own, all the way down to the bottom row. When you're ready, resume. So what we've just done would fix that error we got when we tried to create the relationship because they didn't have matching data types between the order and the customer's table. But really in our orders table, we don't want to see the actual customer ID number. We do want to see the company name. So I'm going to just go back to my restore button, the bottom restore button in the upper right corner. And for my orders table, I'm going to switch it back to design view. And so we change customer ID to the number data type so that it matches the auto number data type in terms of our relationship. But now we want it to show a different field. So what we're going to do, and this is not going to change that data type from number. We're going to go to the drop down next to number, and all the way at the bottom, we're going to choose lookup wizard. And I want the lookup field to get the values from another table or query. We're going to click on next. We want to select TBL customers and next. And we're going to choose the customer ID field so I can double click it. And I'm also going to double click company name. And we're going to do next. We're not going to do a sort order here. So just next again. And this one, it's going to hide the key column, which is recommended. So even though we selected customer ID, it is not going to show the customer ID for in that table field. So here's the list of company names, and we can scroll down and make sure the column is wide enough to display all of them. And we're going to do next. We're going to just ignore this screen and click finish. So when you're doing a lookup field for a data type, it creates a relationship. We're going to say yes, we need to save the table so that the relationship is created. And we're going to go ahead and close. Well, actually, let's switch to data sheet view so we can see that. So now we told it to look up, based on the customer ID, look up the company name and display that in the table. Now let's go and see if we can create our relationship. And we're going to close the orders table. If it asks you to save any layout changes, say yes. We're going to go back to Database Tools tab of the ribbon and back into Relationships. And now you'll see that there is a join line between customers and orders. That's because we created a lookup field between the two tables, but there's not a 1 or an infinity symbol on that line. So what we're going to do is we're going to click on that join line, and then you can right click and choose Edit Relationship. We're going to enforce referential integrity and cascade update, and we're going to click OK. So it's only when you enforce referential integrity that you get the 1 and infinity symbols on the line. So now we see one customer can have many orders. And that was a process, but we have to do it for some more tables as well. So you don't need to do this, you can just watch, but we're going to have a different type of problem trying to create a relationship between the orders table and the order details table based on the order ID field. So I'm going to just demonstrate this. I'm going to drag order ID from orders to order details order ID, enforce, cascade, and create. So we're getting that same message that we got before, but this fix is going to be a little bit different than what we just did. So I'm going to just back out of there. I'm going to close my relationships window and save the changes and display my navigation pane. This time I'm going to reopen the orders table in design view, and I don't need my navigation pane to be that wide. And I'm going to open the order details table in design view as well, and just rearrange them so I can see them one on either side of the other, which is when you want to use this kind of option is when you want to be able to compare data. When you have the tabs, you aren't able to do that. You can switch from one tab to the other, but you can't do this, what we're doing now, and it makes it a lot easier. So we're focused on the order ID field. I'm in the orders table, and that field is auto number. Any auto number field, if you look down at the field properties, it automatically makes it a long integer in terms of the field size. So any auto number field is automatically a long integer in terms of its field size. We changed, order ID in this table is a number, right? We did make it a number field so that it matches the auto number from its primary key in the other table. But if you look down at the field size, it is not a long integer, it's double. You're going to get the same error message for two different reasons. So I'm doing the drop down to the right of double for the order details table, and I'm changing it to long integer. And I'm going to close both tables. When I close order details, it should prompt me to save my changes. And I'm going to say yes. It's letting me know that some data may be lost. Now, this is not going to make a difference because the order IDs are not really large numbers or anything. So we're going to continue anyway by saying yes. Now, if I look in order details, if I just open it, I'll see that the order IDs are still there. So that message did not impact the order IDs. And I'll close it again. Now we can go to our Database Tools tab, Relationships, and I'm going to drag Order ID from the Orders table on top of Order ID in the Order Details table, enforce referential integrity, cascade update related fields, and create. And there I have my other relationship. We're going to have a similar error if we go to create the relationship between the categories and the products table. So let's close our relationships window, and we're going to open our categories table in design view and resize it so it's on one side of your screen. And let's open the products table in datasheet view and just resize it. Okay, so if you notice in here, in the products table, the category ID field is showing the actual name of the category. So this is going to be the same fix that we had to do when we first started out between, I believe it was the orders and customers table. So we're going to have to do the same fix here. Let's change our products table to design view as well. So in the categories table, you'll notice the category ID field is a number field. They are in sequential order. It really should be an auto number field in case we add more numbers. So we're going to address that first. But then in the products table, category ID is short text. That's why it's showing the name, but we have to set that up as a proper lookup field. So let's start with the category ID. Because it's populated, let's try to change it to auto number here. And it's going to let us know that we can't do it. So our workaround is I'm going to right click on the category row heading and insert a row, temporarily call it ID, and give it the auto number data type. And then I'm going to delete the category ID field, which is also the primary key field. I'm going to say yes and yes. I'm going to rename ID to category ID and make it the primary key field. So now I'm going to switch the categories table to datasheet view. It's going to prompt me to save. And so they were in the same exact order as they were before, but now it's an auto number field. So that's part one. I'll just switch it back to design view. Now in the products table, we're going to change category ID to a number field, and we're going to save, or actually switch it to datasheet view, and it'll prompt you to save. It's going to let us know some data may be lost, so it's going to wipe out all of the category names that are there. We're going to say yes and yes again. And we have to manually put them in. Well, this time we don't have as extensive a list as we did for those 30 orders that we had to populate. So I'm going to go ahead and populate these category IDs, zoom in my screen, and then you'll be able to put them in your table as well. So you can just pause the video and get your category IDs in, and then resume when you're ready. So the next step, and I'm going to just restore my windows, I'm going to take my products table back to design view, and I'm going to create that lookup field for the category ID field. So it actually does show the category name. So I'm going to the drop down next to number for the data type for the category ID field, going back to lookup wizard. We're going to leave the default setting here and do next. we are going to select, and it's already selected, the categories table. So we're going to do next. This time we're just going to select the category. We're not going to select the ID field, just category. Next, no sort order again. And here we have our categories. So we're going to do next, and then we're going to finish. And then it's going to create that relationship, which we're going to modify. We're going to say yes here. And if we switch to datasheet view, you'll see that we have the category names in the field instead of the category ID. We did it the proper way. So again, when you're setting up your data in Excel, think about you could include the category ID in your data, definitely. And if you have a need in Excel to see the names of the category, create the category name field in there as well. When you're importing the data, remember, you can skip fields. So you would only want to import category ID, not category name, because it has to be set up through a lookup wizard. Now we can go ahead and close this table. Make sure all your tables are closed. And if it asks you to save any changes, say yes. We're going to go back to Database Tools, Relationships, and now we'll be able to create this last relationship here, or actually modify it. So you'll see that we have the relationship, the join line between products and categories. I'm going to select that join line, right-click, Edit Relationship. We just want to enforce referential integrity and cascade update related fields. And go ahead and click OK. So it was a journey, but we have got here. We have our relationships created. So why do you create relationships? Well, that's why it makes it a relational database, but also it controls the data you get when you query your database. If the customers table and the orders table are not related to each other, it would be hard to just pull the orders for a particular customer, for example. So our relationships are set in stone here. We can go ahead and close our relationships window. Say yes to saving the changes. Soon as I had us close the relationships window, I forgot there was one other thing I wanted to tell you. So I'm going to go back to Database Tools, Relationships, and I'm going to just organize these a little bit different. So we created, all the relationships we created are one-to-many relationships. But one of these relationships is actually a many-to-many relationship. So much earlier, I mentioned that the many-to-many relationship requires 3 tables. It's actually 2 separate one-to-many relationships. And the third table is known as the junction table. So, and I said that the junction table typically contains the primary key fields from the other tables, the other 2 tables, and it could also have its own primary key field. So our order details table is in a many-to-many relationship with the orders table and the products table. Well, let me restate that. I said it wrong. The order details table is the junction table. So the orders table is in a many-to-many relationship with the products table. If you notice the order details table, it has its own primary key. It actually has a composite key. But it also has the order ID foreign key, the product ID foreign key, and I said it can have other fields. So that's where we decided to put the quantity field in that table. This is the junction table. So many orders can have many products. Many products can be on many orders. So that is, in fact, a many-to-many relationship with this as your junction table. Now I can go ahead and close the relationships window. So when we first started Module 1, I told you that we were going to start creating queries in this module. That was an error on my part. We're actually going to start those in the next module. So just to recap what we did cover in this extensive module, we started by getting the Northwind database, from the template in Access and reviewing all of the database objects that were in there. Along the way, we reviewed the Access environment, and it just kind of gave you an introduction to the concepts of a relational database. After that, we talked about how important planning is before creating a new database, and then we created a database from a blank template. After that, we talked about how to plan and set up your database tables. And then we created database tables manually and also by importing them from an Excel file that was in the video description. After we did all of that, we populated our tables. We brought in the information either from Excel, and you could also manually populate your tables. We moved on to how to sort and filter table data, and then we spent a fair amount of time on creating table relationships, and we had to fix some relationship errors with tables before we could create those relationships. Thank you so much for attending this video course. Hi everyone, I'm Trish Connor-Cato. Welcome to the Access 2021 video course. This video course is for beginners in Microsoft Access, all the way through experienced everyday users looking to sharpen their skills and increase efficiency in Access. Access is Microsoft's relational database application used to organize and store data. Access also has reporting capabilities. So what's covered in this course? We'll create database queries, forms, and reports. We'll spend time on learning how table relationships affect queries and how to automate queries and how to create what are known as action queries. And along the way, I will point out features that are new to this version of Access. So welcome to Module 2, Queries, Forms, and Reports. We have different lessons in this module as we did in the previous one. So we're going to get started by creating commonly used queries in a couple of different ways. You're going to be introduced to the query wizard and also how to create a query in Design View. After that, we're going to move on to customizing queries with criteria. So you'll learn how to add criteria to queries to limit the results, and also how to use wildcards in criteria. We'll then move on to using forms for data entry. You're going to explore the form wizard, form design view, exploring all of the form layouts, and actually using a form to perform data entry. Our last section in this module is creating reports for data output. So you'll learn how to base reports on queries, how to preview and print them, understanding report design view, and also how to format reports. We're going to use one .png file during this. It's in the video description. It's called the Learn It logo, if you want to go ahead and grab that. So it was useful to have overlapping windows when we were cleaning up stuff so that our relationships would work. But now we want to change it back to tab documents. So before we get into our queries, we're going to go to File tab and then Options. And it's on the current database. And we're going to just do the Option button for tabbed documents and OK. And we're going to click OK again. So we have to close our database and then reopen it for that change to take effect. So I'm just going File, Close, and then File, and there's my database sitting right there. So the next thing we're going to do is let's open the customers table by double-clicking it in the navigation pane. So when we created this table, we made the employee field a number field, because the employee ID field in the employees table is an auto number field. So we have to just fill in the employee ID numbers here and then make it a lookup field, which will show the employee's last name. So I'm going to go ahead and fill this in, and then you'll be able to pause the video and copy it from my screen. So feel free to pause and fill in the employee column with those employee ID numbers, and the blanks are intentional. When you're done, you can resume the video. Now we're going to take it to Design View, and we're going to do the drop down next to the number data type for the employee field and choose Lookup Wizard. So this time we get a message saying you can't change the data type or field size of this field because it's part of one or more relationships. So you would have to delete the relationship first. We're going to click OK on that message. And if you right-click the Customer Table tab, you're going to go ahead and close it. You have to make sure the table is closed in order for you to impact the relationship that table is in. So we're going to say yes if it prompts you to save your changes. We're going to go to our Database Tools, Relationships. And the relationship we have to delete is between the customers and the employees table. So I'm going to just select that join line, and I can press delete on my keyboard and then enter to confirm the deletion. I'm going to close my relationships window and reopen the customers table in Design View. And now I'm going to do the drop down, select Lookup Wizard. I'm going to choose Next. We want to bring in information from the employees table. Next. We want to bring in the last name. And we're going to do Next again. We're not going to do a sort order. We have the list of last names showing there. We're going to Next again and Finish. So again, because you're making it a lookup field, it's going to create a relationship. What it's not going to do is enforce referential integrity. So we're going to save the table. We're going to close the table, go back to our relationships window, and notice you have your join line, but you don't have the 1 or the infinity symbol on it. So we're going to select the join line, right-click on it, edit relationship, enforce referential integrity, and cascade update related fields, and click OK. And then we can close our relationships window again. If we double-click the customers table, we'll see that the last name, based on the employee ID numbers, is now populating that column. And we can close the customers table. Now we're ready to create the first of 2 queries using the Simple Query Wizard. So we're going to use the Create tab of the ribbon. And in the Queries group, we're going to select Query Wizard. So you'll notice there are a few different kinds of wizards. We're going to use the Simple Query Wizard. You have a crosstab query wizard, a find duplicates query wizard, and a find unmatched query wizard. We're going to click OK because Simple Query is already selected. And it wants to know what fields do you want in your query. So we're going to select our table or query. You can query a table or a query. So we want to select, for our first one, we're going to select the products table. And we're going to want to see the product ID field, product name, and I'm just double clicking them. Let's see, the next one is going to be price, and then we want the category ID. Those are the fields we want in our query. Once we have our field selected, we're going to choose Next. And so do you want a detail or a summary query? For this one, we'll do a detail query. So we'll do Next. And what title do you want for your query? So the title is going to be what the name of the query is, and it's also going to show on the query itself. So we want to change the TBL because it's not a table now, it's a query. So we want to stick with our correct prefix. So we're going to do QRY for query. And then I'm going to get rid of the space. And actually, we're going to just get rid of the word query at the end. So QRY products, plural. And then we're going to click on finish. So this is what your query looks like, right? It shows QRY products on the tab and also over here in your navigation bar. And also in your navigation pane, you now have the queries object group. So simple query using the wizard. And we're going to close that query. And we're going to do another. So we're going to go back to query wizard. And we're going to use the simple query wizard again. So, okay. This time we want to use the customers table. And the fields that we want are company name. And we're going to put the phone field next. Then we want address 1, city, state, and zip. Oh, and then we want employee. So that's the fields we want on this particular query. We're going to do next. And what title do we want for it? We're going to just change it from TBL to QRY again. And get rid of the word query. So QRY customers. And because of that option button, it's going to open the query as soon as you click, as soon as you click on finish. So there's the results. And of course, here you can do your column widths and seeing the data presented in the order that you want to see it. And because the employee ID is a lookup field to the employee last name, that shows in the query as well. And we can close that query and say yes. A layout change includes column width. So go ahead and say yes to that. Now we're ready to create a query from scratch from Query Design View. So let's do this first. Let's right-click on your products query in the navigation pane, and let's go to Design View. So if we had created this from Design View, this is the view that we would have been working in. Let's go ahead and close that query. And in your navigation pane, you're going to right-click on the products query, and you're going to delete it. And we're going to say yes to the message to confirm the deletion. And we're going to recreate that query from scratch without using the wizard. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the Create tab of the ribbon. And this time in the Queries group, we're going to go directly to Query Design. And it brings us a Query 1 tab, right? It has a blank space and then a grid at the bottom that you can resize the height of the grid. And on the right, you have that Add Tables pane, so we can figure out which tables we want. So in the Add Tables pane, I'd like you to go to the Tables tab up top because it was on the Queries tab when we came in here. And we're basing this on the Products table. So I'm going to click on the Products table and at the bottom, Add Selected Tables. And I'm going to expand the Products table tile just so I can see all of the fields. And the fields that we included in the query were product ID, product name, price, and category ID. So in the table products tile, I'm going to double click product ID and notice that it fills the first column, giving it the field name and the table that field is coming from. The next field that we want is product name, so I can just double click that. Next is price, and then category ID is last. So we just recreated this query from scratch in Query Design View. Now we're going to save the query. So I'm going to right click on the Query tab and choose Save. And we're going to call it QRY Products and click OK. So there's a couple of ways I can see the results of this query. On the Query Design ribbon, the first button is View, and I could go to Datasheet View if I wanted to, or I can run the query. So I'm going to run it, and it takes it to Datasheet View. So we got the same information again. We just built it from scratch. And we can close the products query. Now we're going to customize our customer's query with criteria. So we're going to open the customer's query in Design View. And even though we created it in the wizard, it's created in every view, including SQL view. So in Design View is where we're going to add the criteria. So the first criteria is we want to see customers that live in a specific zip code, right? So if we look down at the grid portion, we have our zip column. And in that column, underneath the check mark, the next cell down is the criteria cell. And this is where we're going to put our criteria. So we're going to type an equal sign in there. And then we're going to put in the zip code 97045. And we're going to tab out of that field. And the reason why we want to tab out of that field is because notice it put quotes around the zip code. So if we forget that it has to be enclosed in quotes, it will do it for us when we exit the field. So we're telling it now that this query is only going to show customers in that particular zip code. Let's run it and see what happens. And it worked. Ta-da! So we have our 2 customers from Oregon City, Oregon, showing in this query. Let's go back to Design View, and we're going to delete that criteria that we put in for the zip. So just select it, including the equal sign, and delete it. And now we want to see customers who are in any state that begins with the letter I. So for the state criteria cell, underneath the check mark, we're going to use a wildcard in this one. So this is kind of like an introduction to wildcards. So we're going to do an I, an asterisk, and tab out of that criteria cell. So we typed an I and an asterisk. The asterisk means any number of characters. And when we tabbed out of the cell, it put the I and asterisk in double quotes, and it preceded it with the keyword like. So Access will give you some help when you're doing these things, kind of like typing shortcuts. You just have to remember to exit the cell. And so now we're going to run this and see what our results look like. And so we have 6 customers that live in a state that begins with the letter I. We can go back into our query design. So typically, and we can go ahead and delete that criteria from the state field. So typically what I would do is I would do these in multiple queries. So I have my customers query. I have customers from states beginning with the letter I. I have customers in specific zip codes. I would do those as all independent queries if I needed to retain all of them. We're going to close the customer's query. And yes, we do want to save the changes. So one way I would do that is I could always copy the customer query and then just right click anywhere. And I did that by right clicking on it. right click anywhere and choose paste. So I can take the copy of it and do as many, do criteria on the copy, make another copy, do different criteria, and name them accordingly if I have to keep them. We're going to just cancel. You'll be learning more advanced querying techniques in modules 3 and 4 of this course. For right now, we're getting ready to start using forms for data entry. And before we start creating forms, I want to point out something that happens automatically in your tables once you create table relationships. So let's open the customers table. I'm going to just double click it. And you'll notice right after each row heading, there's a plus sign. That happens automatically when you create a table relationship. So this is the customers table, right? One customer can have many orders. So the plus sign shows up in the one side of the relationship. And when you click on the first plus sign, you'll see every order for that customer. So this is another efficiency tool. Instead of having to open up the orders table, you can use the plus sign. Happens automatically. And then in the order table, you can see a plus sign in front of order ID, and it gives you the order details. So the orders table, each order can have many order details. So that's the one side of that particular relationship. So that can play into your form designs. Again, you're typically not going to want to be doing data entry directly in your tables. You would want to be doing them via forms. And we're going to go ahead and close the customers table. Now we're going to start creating forms that we're going to be able to use for data entry. So we're going to create 2 forms using the form wizard. And then we're going to create a form from scratch using Form Design View. Again, we're going to be working on the Create tab of the ribbon. And you have a Forms group here on the Create tab. And in that group, you have several choices. We're going to select Form Wizard. That's the first one that we're going to use. So in the form wizard, it's asking which fields do you want on your form. You can base a form off of a table or a query. We're going to do the drop down. And for our first form, we're going to use the customers table. And we want all fields except the customer ID field. So the most efficient way to do that is to do the double arrow in the middle between available and selected fields, and then scroll to the top of selected fields, click on customer ID, and do the single back arrow. And now we're going to do next. So remember, customer ID is auto number. We don't need it to be on the form because it's not going to let a user input that number. So the next question is, what layout would you like for your form? You have a little bit of a preview window here. We're going to end up leaving it on columnar, but you can do the option button for tabular, data sheet, and justified to see how that data looks. And again, we're going to leave it on columnar and do next. What title do you want for your form? So this will actually show on the form itself, as well as in the navigation pane. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of the TBL. For forms, the prefix is FRM, and we'll just leave it at customers and choose finish. So there is our form. Now, we can change things on this form, like the form itself. I don't want it to say FRM customers, and I actually have a typo there. So I'm going to fix it on the form, and then I'm going to actually fix it in the navigation pane. So in order to fix it, I'm going to right click on the form tab, and I'm going to go to layout view. So if you remember, layout view is a view that you can modify your form design, and you get to see the underlying data. So I'm going to go up and I'm going to select that box at the top and where it says FRM customers, and I actually am going to get rid of my typo as well. And I'm going to name it customer information form. Then I'm going to click away from it, click back on that box and expand it so the title now fits on one line. And then I can right click on the tab, go back to form view, see what it looks like, and we're good with that form. So I'm going to close it. It's going to prompt me to save my changes to the design. And then I'm going to rename it by right clicking on it in the navigation pane just because I have that typo. And I'm going to get rid of that extra letter and click away from it. So we created a form. We're going to create another form using the wizard. And this time I'm going to give you a challenge. All right, we want to create a form based on the employees table, and we want all fields except employee ID. So create that form from the form wizard. Now that I have my form created, my employees form, I'm going to put it in layout view, and I'm going to change the title of the form, get rid of the FRM, and just call it employees form. And then save it and close it. Our next step is to create a form using form design view. So again, we're using the create tab of the ribbon. In the forms group, we're going to click on forms design. Now, this is different than your query design view. So you get a grid here. And on the right side, you have a field list pane that pops up. If the field list pane is not there, I'll close mine. On the Form Design tab of the ribbon, to the right in the Tools group, you would click on Add Existing Fields to open that pane. So the form that we want to create here is going to be off of the orders table. So in your field list, we're going to click the Show All Tables link, and we're going to click the plus sign in front of the orders table to expand it so you can see its fields. And we're going to want all fields except the order ID field. So the easiest way, when you put fields on a form this way, it comes with the label, which shows the name of the field, and then the actual field itself. So if you're going to be dragging fields onto your form grid, you don't want to drag them so far to the left that the label is not visible. So an easier way of doing this is I'm going to right click on the customer ID field, and I'm going to choose Add Field to View. So it will place it on the form so both the label, which is on the left, and the actual field shows up on the form. So since I did that, and I did that from the orders table, it's now showing the customers table and fields available and related tables, so on and so forth. I'm going to expand the orders table again. I'm going to right click on order date, add field to view. Now it's expanded and it's up in this area, fields available for this view. So I'm going to scroll down, right click on ship date and add that field as well. So a simple form we created in design view. At this point, I'd like to see what it would look like. So I'm going to right click on the form tab and I'm going to go to form view. So now I can see what the actual form looks like, and that's great, but I kind of want a title on the form. So I'm going to right click on the tab again and go back to design view. Now notice in design view, you're seeing the detail section. That's the stuff that actually shows up on the detail section of the form. We're going to right click right on that gray bar that says detail. And we're going to select form header footer. So now we have a form header section and at the bottom a form footer section. I'm going to put my mouse between the form header and the details section, click and hold and drag down a little bit so I get more space in the form header section. Now, if you look up at your ribbon on the form design tab of the ribbon, you have quite a few different controls that you can use. So we're on the select control. That's why your mouse looks like a mouse pointer. You also have a text box. You have a label. We want to use a label for our form header. So I'm going to select the label control. And now as I move my mouse into that header section, it looks like a plus sign with a letter A. And I'm going to just click and hold and draw a label about that wide. And I'm going to just type customer order date information. And then I'm going to click away from the box, select its edge, and widen it so it's all on one line. And now I'm going to right click on the tab and go back to form view and see how that looks. So now we have a title for our form. At this point, we're ready to save this form. So I'm going to right click the tab and save. And it's going to be FRM customer order dates. And click OK. And now I'm going to close that form. There's another way you can create a form that I'm going to show you now. So let's say we wanted a products form. And on the products form, we want all of the fields from the products table. So what we're going to do is we're going to just open the products table. And once it's opened, and by the way, you can close that field list on the right-hand side. When it's open, we're going to go to the File tab and we're going to choose Save As. You have two choices: save the database as and give it a different name, or save object as. We're in a table object, and so we're going to choose Save Object As. Then we're going to click on the Save As button. And notice we'll start with underneath as, there's a drop down. So we're in the products table. We can save it as a table. If you do the drop down next to table, we can save it as a query, a form, or a report. We're going to choose form. And then we're going to change the name. Instead of copy of TBL products, it's going to be FRM products. And we're going to click OK. So now you have a form called the products form. And we can, and it opens, when you do it this way, it opens in layout view. So we can change the title right there. We can actually get rid of that little icon that's there in the title. And then we can change the text in the title by getting rid of the FRM. And I'm going to just call it product information form. And so if I look at the products table, I have both the form and the table tabs open. In the products table, this is the one side of the relationship. When I do the plus sign, one product can show on many order details. So it's showing the order details. Therefore, when I create the form based on the table by using the Save Object As, it shows the order details for every record. So down at the bottom, if I use my record navigator, so there's one at the very bottom of your screen at this point, and there's another one in the order details section of the screen. So you have two record navigators, one there, and then you have one here. So on the very bottom record navigator, if you switch to the next product, that will control the product records. So if I go to the next one using the right arrow, it shows me the next product, the second product in there. And notice as I'm scrolling through them, the order details information are changing. Now I'm back on the first product, and in the order detail window, this is kind of like a subform, a form within a form. I'm looking at order detail, the first order detail record. If I use the next record there, it just takes me down that list of order details. So yeah, you can create another database object by doing a save as on an open database object. Go ahead and close both the products table. I'm going to just right click on that and close all. And it will ask me if I want to save the changes to the form, and I'll say yes. So now we're going to add a new record to the customers table, but we're going to do it by using the customers form. So I'm going to go ahead and double click FRM customers in the navigation pane. And so form view is the view that it opens in, and that's the view that you would be using if you want to modify or add new records into your table, modify existing records or add new records into your table. So what we're going to do here is we're going to go down to our navigation bar, and we want to click on the new record button. So that's the right pointing arrow with the asterisk to the right side of it. And I'll kind of point to it. My status bar is kind of overhanging it. So I'm going to try to draw an arrow. Here we go. Pointing to the right button for the new record. So go ahead and click that button, and it gives you a blank form. Now remember, we didn't put the customer ID field on this form because that's an auto number field and it wouldn't let you change it anyway. So we're going to just do a new company name here. We're going to call it Patty's Pretzels. And I'm going to just use my standard make-believe address, 123 Main Street. For the city, I'm going to use Philadelphia. Actually, I better not use that. I'll use Franklin Park. The state is New Jersey. And we'll use 08823 as the zip code. For my phone number, we're going to just type in 555-555-5555. Now, even though we put an input mask on the phone number for the customer's table, it's not showing up here. So what we want to do is, let's see what happens if we don't put the formatting around it. We'll put in patty@pretzels.com, totally bogus email address. We'll check the box for active. And we'll do the employee drop-down list, and we'll say that Brewster is the salesperson, the employee representative that works with this customer. And so at this point, we're in the last field. If we press tab again, it will save that record. We can close this form, open up your customer's table, and you'll see the last entry is there. Now, it did not apply the input mask here, so I'm going to just go into the phone number field and do it manually. And then again, exit that row and close the customers table. So I was curious as to why the input mask didn't carry over. It probably worked for you and you didn't have to modify the phone number. And it's because somehow I dropped my input mask here for the phone field. So I'm going to just go back and do that. And in the meantime, go ahead and enter another customer record into the form. And you could just make up a company name, so on and so forth. So I reinstated my input mask, added a new record using the form. Now I have Rita's Roses, and I'm going to close the table again. We'll get into some advanced form design techniques when we get to Module 5. But for right now, we're going to go ahead and create a report for data output. So we're going to base this report on a query. And one way we can do it is just by going and opening the query. So we're going to base it on our products query. So I'm going to double click QRY products. We're going to go to File, Save As, Save Object As, Save As again. And this time I always do the as part first, so I don't forget to do it. So I want to save it as a report. And then I'm going to change the name to RPT products using that the correct prefix for that table, for that database object of a report. And we're going to go ahead and click OK. So it opens this report. Notice we have our query products is still open, and we can close that. And the report is open now. So if we right click on the report, you notice it's in layout view. Just like with a form, okay, layout view will allow you to reorganize things on your design aspect, and you get to see the underlying data. So one of the things we're going to do is we're going to go and we're going to get rid of that little icon next to the report title. And we're going to name it. We're going to get rid of the RPT. And we just want it to be called Product Information Report. We can leave the date and time. It puts that up there in the header section as well. And the only other thing I'll say on my screen, the total at the bottom seems to be a bit cut off. So I'm going to just expand that box. Otherwise, I think it looks pretty good. I'm going to take a look at it in Report View. So right-clicking the tab and going to Report View. And this is a view that would be used if you're viewing it on screen. I'm going to right-click on it again, and I'm going to go to Print Preview. And this is what it would look like if it was printed out. And we can go ahead and close this report. It's going to ask if we want to save the changes, and we're going to say yes. We're going to create another report, this time in design view from scratch. So we're going to go back to create, and in the reports group, we're going to click on report design. So this is very similar to form design view, where when you go into report design, it already has the page header, detail, and page footer section showing on it. And what we want to do is we want to make sure that we can see our fields list. So on the report design tab of the ribbon, all the way to the right in the tools group, you're going to click on add existing fields to open that field list. Now we want to base this one off of the customers table. So we're going to expand the customers table, and we're going to want all the fields on the report except for the customer ID and address too. So I'm just going to right click company name, add field to view. Address 1, same thing, city, state, and I'm going to scroll down. I'm going to grab zip, phone, email, active, and employee. So just like in form design, it gives you the label as well as the field. And I'm going to right click where it says page header, and I'm going to click on page header footer, and I'm going to right click on detail, and I'm going to click on report header footer. So the report header and report footer show on the first and last pages of the report respectively. Page header and page footers will show on each page of the report respectively. Let's take a look at where we are with this report, and I'm going to right click on it, and I'm going to just go to print preview. And I notice I have to make the company name field wider. I might also want to make the address one field wider. So I'm going to do that by going to layout view, and I'm going to click on the company name field, not its label. Put my mouse on the right edge of it, click and hold, and drag it so it's wider. And as I scroll down, I can make sure that it's wide enough for all of the company names. I think I kind of got it as wide as I need it to be. So an easy one when you're looking at the underlying data, it's easier to get your sizing right when it comes to things like that. And I'm going to just go back into design view for this report now. And I need to make space so I can see the report header section. So I put my mouse between header and detail and drag down. And I want to put an object here. So I'm going to go to the report design tab on the ribbon. I want to put a control there, a label control. I'm going to actually use two different things up there. So I grab the label control. Oops, I grabbed the text box control. I'm going to go up and grab the label control. And I'm going to just draw a box for the label about that wide. And I'm going to just type in it customer information. And then I'm going to click away from it. And it doesn't need to be that wide. So I'm going to decrease the size. I can go to the Format tab on the ribbon here. And if I wanted to increase the font size for that label, I can just do the drop down, and I'm going to choose 14. Now, I notice I didn't have to select the text inside the box. I'm going to actually make it 16-point font, and then I'm going to resize the label box so it all fits. Click away from it. I'm going to go back to the Report Design tab, and now we want to insert a logo into the report header section. So on the Report Design tab in the header footer section, there's a logo button, and we're going to click it. And then we're going to browse to where we saved the Learn It logo from the video description. And when I find it, I'm going to double click it. And then I'm going to move that logo box over to the right side of the report header section. And I'm going to expand its size so I can clearly see the logo, the entire logo. And then I'm going to look at my report in print preview. And if I'm happy with it, that's really cool. So it does look like it's going to be a multi-page report. So that's going to lead me to make a different choice here. Well, actually, no, we're good with this. I'm going to take it back to design view. And I think I'm pretty good. We're pretty good with the changes here. So we're going to go ahead and save the report. And we're going to call it RPT, Customer Information. And click OK. And then we can go ahead and close it. And we'll be covering some advanced report design techniques when we get to Module 4. Before I complete this module, now that we have the 4 main database objects showing in our navigation pane, I just want you to look at the icons in front of each. So you'll get used to the icons. You'll see the icon for tables kind of looks like an Excel spreadsheet. Query looks like kind of two spreadsheets. Forms, actually the icon looks like a form, and reports looks like a notebook. So each object has a different icon automatically associated with it via Access. To recap Module 2, we started by creating commonly used queries. We created a couple of queries using the Simple Query Wizard, and we created a query in Design View. We moved on to customizing queries with criteria, and you were introduced to using a wildcard in query criteria. After that, we went into creating and using forms for data entry. We created forms using the Form Wizard, and from Design View, we even created a form by using the Save Object As method. We saw the different form layouts: Form View, Layout View, and Design View. And then we performed data entry into our customers table by using a form. After that, we created a report based off of a query. And we also created a report in Design View. We did some minor formatting to the report in terms of the report title, and we ended up adding a logo to a report header. Welcome to Module 3 in this video course for Microsoft Access 2021. The lessons we're going to have in this module are how to control query results with join types, how to create complex queries with multiple criteria, and how to calculate data with queries. To get started with controlling query results with join types, I'm going to take us to this link, which gives you all the information about the join types that are available in Microsoft Access. So it brings us to a support site for Microsoft, and it has an overview, the types of joins. I'm going to go to types of joins first. So there are 4 basic types of joins: inner, outer, cross, and unequal. The most popular would be inner and outer joins. So an inner join is where Access will only include data from a table if there is a corresponding data in the related table, and vice versa. So an example of that would be if you do a query with the customers table and the orders table, it's only going to return results of customers that have orders. So if we have customers that didn't have orders, they would not show in the query result for an inner join. For an outer join, you get all the related data combined correctly, plus all the remaining records from one of the 2 tables in the join. So an outer join is like an inner join, but it adds the remaining rows from one of the tables. Outer joins are directional. A left outer join includes all the records from the left table, which is the first table in the join, and a right outer join includes all the records from the right table, the second table in the join. So if we have our customers table as the left table and our orders table as the right table, in an outer join, we would see all of the customer records regardless of whether they have orders or not. So there are other join types that are listed on this resource: full outer joins, cross joins, unequal joins. And then it goes on to tell you how to use an inner join, and it gives you the SQL syntax. So this is a good reference site. And again, the PowerPoint presentation is in the video description. Because we've created relationships between the customers, orders, and order details tables, we're going to create a query using all 3 of those tables. So we're going to do it from scratch. So we're going to go to Create tab on the ribbon, and we're going to select Query Design. In the Add Tables box, we're going to double-click Customers, Orders, and Order Details. and you'll see the one-to-many joins between them. Remember, this is really the many-to-many join in a way, using order details as the bridge table. So anyway, we're ready to build our query. And you can size your tiles so you can see all the fields if you like, your table tiles. And from the customers table, we want the company name field. So I'm going to just double click it, and it puts it in the first column in the grid on the lower half of the screen. From the orders table, I want the order date and ship date field. So I'm going to just double click both of those. And from order details, we're going to double click product ID and quantity. And we just want to see what this looks like. So by default, without you changing anything about the type of join you have, by default, it's an inner join. So that means when we run this query, it's only going to show us customers that have orders. So let's go ahead and click the Run button on the ribbon. And we'll notice that there are no customers listed here who do not have orders. So almost all of the customers have order dates that are listed here. There's 3 at the bottom that don't have ship dates. And since these orders went in 2010, I don't think they're ever going to get their stuff. But anyway, it's only showing customers who do have orders. Let's go back to design view. Now we're going to change the join type. We want to see all customers regardless of whether they have orders. So before we do that, let's go ahead and save this query. So I'm going to just right click the tab and save. And I'm going to name it QRY customer orders. So changing the join type is easy to do in Query Design View. We're going to select the join line between the customers and the orders table, right click on it, and choose Join Properties. Now the bottom half of this screen, you have 3 option buttons. The first one only include rows where the joined fields from both tables are equal. That is the default inner join. The second one include all records from customers table and only those records from orders where the joined fields are equal. That is a left outer join. So it's going to show all the records from the customers table, regardless of whether there are any orders for those customers. And the third one would actually be a right outer join, which in this case doesn't make any sense, where it would show all the records from the orders table, regardless of whether they have a matching customer. Well, you can't have an order without having a customer assigned, so that one doesn't make sense. So we want option button 2, which is the left outer join. We want to see all customers regardless whether they have orders. And we're going to click OK. Now run your query. So you're going to get this error message. The SQL statement could not be executed because it contains ambiguous outer joins. So we're going to click OK on that. We have to do both join lines. So this one is now a left outer join between customers and orders, but between orders and order details, it's still an inner join. So you actually have to adjust all of the join lines to the same join type. So we're going to select the join line between orders and order detail, right click on it, join properties, option 2, and OK. Now run your query. So if you scroll down, you'll see there's a few customers that have no order or ship dates. So it's showing all customers regardless of whether they have orders or not. And we're going to go back to design view. And I'll have you do this on your own. I want you to change both of those joins to inner joins again. And when you've done that, go ahead and run your query again. And it should again just be showing customers who have placed orders. And you can go ahead for right now and close that query. If it prompts you to save your change to the design, say yes. Now that we've seen how join types can impact the query results, we're going to move on to creating more complex queries by using multiple criteria. Let's go ahead and open our customers query in design view. And the first one we're going to do is just a simple criteria. We only want to see zip codes that begin with 93. So for the zip field, we're going to go into the criteria cell and we're going to type 93 asterisk. The asterisk represents any number of characters. So beginning with 93 followed by whatever is what we're putting there. And go ahead and run your query. So it's only showing you the two zip codes that begin with 93. And you can go back to design view. We're going to delete that criteria. And now we're going to explore and or conditions. We're going to start with an or condition first. And in Access, there's a couple of different ways you can do it. I'll show you both ways. So we're going to do this for the state. We want to have the query just show us customers that are in California and Oregon. So in the criteria cell for the state, I'm going to type CA, and it's not case sensitive. I'm going to type a space. I'm going to type in all caps the keyword or. I usually put the keywords in all caps. And then I'm going to type OR for Oregon. And I'm going to tab out of there. You'll notice it puts the double quotes around both California and Oregon. They're text fields, so they need to be enclosed in double quotes. And we're going to go ahead and run the query, and you should just be seeing the results for California and Oregon. And that is an OR criteria. There is no state that's California and Oregon, so we get an and result by using OR. It's showing both states, California and Oregon. Let's go back to design view, and I'm going to show you another way of doing the same thing. In that criteria cell for state, delete the or Oregon portion of the criteria, just leaving California in there. And then you're going to go down one row to the or row. So notice you have a criteria row and an or row. You can, like we did in the previous example, we could put, using the or keyword, we could put it all in the criteria cell, or in the or cell, we're just going to type OR for Oregon and tab out of there. So we don't have to use the keyword. It understands that it's California or Oregon. Go ahead and run it again. Same results. Back to design view. So two ways of doing the same thing. Let's leave the criteria for California in there. And we're going to go to the zip criteria cell. And we're going to type 93 asterisk. So this is an and statement. Anytime it's in the same row, it's automatically an and statement, unless you're in the criteria cell and you use the or keyword. So this is saying, show me the records where the state is California and the zip code begins with 93. Go ahead and run it. And you got just that. And we can go back to design view. And let's get rid of all of the criteria we have in there. And we're going to do another example. This example is going to use a different wildcard. So our goal here is we want the query results to show us companies that begin with the letters A through G. So we're going to go to the company name criteria cell. And you're going to type the keyword like. And what you're going to do next is you're going to type a double quote and an open square bracket. A-G, close your square bracket. Type an asterisk and then type a double quote. So it should say like, open double quote, open square bracket, A-G, closing square bracket, asterisk, closing double quote. And actually, I can blow it up on my screen so you can see it a little bit larger. So that's what it should look like in that criteria cell for the company name. So I blew it up. I right-clicked on that criteria cell and I chose zoom. Sometimes those little grids are hard to type in, so you can zoom in if you have to type something to see it better. Okay, so now let's run it. So you'll see the results are just showing company names that begin with the letters A through G. And let's go back to design view and break that down. And I'll zoom in again. So the like keyword is used when there's like not an exact match, right? And then because it's text, we're putting it in double quotes. The brackets say only display things that have these letters, A-G. So A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And then we have the asterisk. So A through G followed by anything. So in other words, show me the company names that begin with the letters A through G. And you can delete that criteria as well. Save your table. And we're going to go ahead and close it. Now we're going to get into creating custom fields with calculations in queries. And actually, I don't know why I had us close the customer's query. Go ahead and reopen your customer's query in design view, the first example we're going to do in this query. And go ahead and run your query. So we have the employee last name showing in that employee ID column. We did a lookup column, so it brought in the last name based on the employee ID. In this query, we would like to see the employee's full name in the order of last comma first. So we're going to create a calculation that's going to make that happen. We'll come and view the results of it, and then I'm going to show you how to hide this employee column because we won't need it at that point. It would be redundant. So I'm going to go back to design view for this. This is like a calculated field. So we're actually creating another field. And the way we're going to do it is we're going to click in the field cell to the right of the employee field. The blank cell to the right of the employee field. And you're going to right click and you're going to choose build. It's easier kind of to do it this way. And so we're going to create a concatenated field, right? A calculated field using concatenation. So we're going to type full space name and a colon and a couple of spaces. So right up in that expression box, full name. And then under expression elements, you're going to expand the customer orders database. You're going to expand tables. And you're going to choose the employees table. And under expression categories, you're going to double click last name. So now up in the expression builder box, it says full name colon. It gives you this expression, which we can click on and delete. We don't need that. And then it has the name of the table in square brackets, and then an exclamation point and the name of the field from that table in square brackets. The exclamation point separates the table name from the field name. Click after last name, and you're going to type an ampersand. That is the concatenation character in Access. So it's going to combine the last name, comma, space, and then the first name. We're going to type a open double quote, comma, space, close your double quote, a space, another ampersand, and then in expression categories, double click first name. Now, if you wanted to type it in, you could have zoomed in and typed it in, But for me, the less typing I can do, the better it is. So I'm going to click OK on that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom on it so you can see what it should look like so you can compare it to what you have. And now we're going to test it. So go ahead and run your query. So this is not what we expect, but I did it this way for a reason. We're going to get to parameters later. We're going to cancel that box. So this query is built on the customer's table, but it has a relationship with the employees table, but we haven't added the employees table here. So in your add tables box on the right, you're going to double click TBL employees. And even though we're not pulling any fields from that table, we're using 2 of its fields in our concatenated calculation. So you have to have the table instance there. And now you can go ahead and run your query. So now we have the employee last name as well as the full name in the format of last name, comma, space, first name. Let's go back to design view. And we're going to hide this employee column. So the check mark is in the show row. And when you uncheck something, you're hiding it. So maybe at some point you'll want to run it and just see the employee last name. So you don't want to delete the field. You just don't want to see it in the query results right now. And go ahead and run it again. And now you're just seeing full name. And you can go back to design view, save your query. We're going to modify the query we created earlier where we tested out our join types. We're going to add more fields to the query, and then we're going to end up creating 2 calculated fields in the query. So we can go ahead and close this customers query and open your customer orders query in design view. And the first thing we want to do is we want to add some fields to the query from the products table. So if your add tables pane is not open on the right, you can get to it from the query design tab of the ribbon. And we're going to just double click the products table. And I'm going to expand it so I can see its fields. So from the products table, we want the product name field. I'm going to just double click it. And we want the price field. But we don't want them in the order they're in. We want the product name field to be right after ship date. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select product name. And when I put my mouse over the top of it, it looks like a downward pointing arrow. And I click once to select it. And then I'm actually clicking and holding the black band at the top. And I'm going to drag it over. You'll see the guideline. And when it's after ship date, I'm going to let it go. And then I'm going to have you move the price column over so it's after product name. So you should have company name, order date, ship date, product name, price, product ID, and quantity. And you can go ahead and run your query to see that you have your product name and price in that particular order. And go back to design view. So we're going to create our first calculated field. And we're not going to use the build for this one. We're going to use the zoom. So I'm going to right click on the first blank field cell to the right of quantity, and I'm going to choose zoom. And we'll just type this one in. It's just kind of short. So we want the name of this field to be line item total. So I'm going to type line item total, and then I need a colon. So anything before the colon is what you're naming the field. After the colon is the calculation. When you're referencing fields from tables, you have to put the field references in square brackets. So I'm going to do an open square bracket and type price, close the square bracket. I'm going to type an asterisk for multiplication, open square bracket, quantity, and close the square bracket. So our line item total field is going to be the result of the price times the quantity. And now what I need to do in the lower right corner of my Zoom window, I need to click OK. And you'll see it all in that field line. If you want to zoom in and see it better, you can. But you can see it all right in that field line. Let's run this and see what happens. So there we have our line item total, our calculated field showing. And we'll talk about formatting it in just a bit. Let's go back to design view. And now we're going to create another calculated field in the customer orders query. So we're going to put it right next to line item total. I'm going to right click and I'm going to zoom. And this one is going to start out the same way as the other one, except we're going to call it discounted total. So discounted total, and remember your colon there. And in square brackets, price. We're going to do asterisk again, square brackets, quantity. And another asterisk after quantity, and we're going to do 0.9. So 10% discount is what this is going to calculate. And we're going to go ahead and click OK. And now let's run it. And you'll see the discounted total as well. And let's go back to design view. So now we're going to format both of our calculated fields. I'm going to just click in the line item total field. On the right side, I'm going to close the Add Tables pane. And on the ribbon, in the Query Design tab of the ribbon, in the Show Hide group to the right, I'm going to click on Property Sheet. So it's showing me the selection type is Field Properties. I'm in the line item total field. And I'm going to go to the Format property, and to the right, click its drop down, and I'm going to select Currency. Right underneath Currency, I'm going to go into the Decimal Places property and do the drop down and choose 2. And I'm going to do the same thing. I can scroll over here for the discounted total. So go ahead and format that as currency with 2 decimal places as well. And once you're done with your formatting, you can close the property sheet and you can run your query, and you'll see that both of those fields are formatted the way we told it to format. Go ahead and save your customer orders query. To end this module, you're going to learn how to create a query where we're going to be able to summarize the data and group the data. We can go ahead and close the customer orders query, and we're going to go to Create Query Design. For this one, we're going to use 4 different tables. So I'm going to make sure over here it's on Queries, my Add Tables. I'm going to make sure I go to the Tables tab, and I'm going to select the Products table, Orders, Order Details, and Categories. And then I'll expand them so I can see the fields. And so you're going to learn how to summarize data in a query, as well as how to group data in a query. Okay, so the fields we're going to use from the products table, we want to go ahead and double click product name. From the order details table, we're going to double click quantity, and we want the quantity field in there twice. So double click it again. We want from orders, order date, and from categories, category. All right. So now we want to be able to group and summarize. We want to see the sum of the quantity, and we want to be able to see the average of the quantity. That's why we added that field twice. In order to do that, you need to make it show the group by row in your table grid at the bottom. And in order to do that, on the Query Design tab of the ribbon in the Show High group, you're going to click on that Totals button. So now you'll get the total row. I called it the group by row. You get the total row in your grid at the bottom, and it's populated for every field. It defaults to group by. So we're going to leave product name on group by. For the first quantity field, you're going to go to group by and do its drop down and choose sum. The second quantity field, you're going to do the drop down and choose average. And we're going to leave order date and category group by. Once you have that total field, you have to leave it populated with something. So we're not doing any calculations on the order date or the category. We'll just leave them as they are. And go ahead and run your query. So now you'll see the grouping by product name. So all the black ballpoint pens are grouped together. The sum of the quantity, the average quantity, in this case, they're going to be the same numbers based on the data that's in our tables. And then the order date and the category. Let's go back to design view. And let's change that average quantity. Let's do the drop down there and choose min. We'll do the minimum quantity. See if that makes a difference in our numbers. No, it's still going to be the same. So just based on the data we have, but you get the idea. You can actually summarize data by grouping it and having some of those functions calculate on the data that way. Go ahead and save this query. And we'll call it QRY product order quantities. And once you save it, you can go ahead and close it. In Module 3, we observed how join types impact query results. You learned about the different types of joins. We also created more complex queries with multiple criteria. And in that lesson, you learned how to use the like keyword and across a range of letters. We also calculated data with queries. We created our own calculated fields within queries. And then we summarized our data with grouping and totals. Module 4, we're going to do more advanced things with queries, as well as some advanced report design techniques. So we're going to start with automating queries with parameters. So in the previous module, we did a query criteria where we said just show us California and Oregon, customers that are in California and Oregon. With a parameter query, the end user can make those choices before they run the query. So it gives prompts, and you'll see that in our first lesson here. Then we're going to go into using query wizards. So we used a simple query wizard, but there are 3 other query wizards that we're going to work through in this module. And then we're going to explore action queries. Before we get to that point, we will discuss what an action query is. And then again, we're going to get into some advanced report design techniques. Parameter queries allow the end users to determine by their choice what the query results will be. In this lesson, we're going to create automated requests for criteria. We're going to use wildcards in parameter queries, and we're also going to use range operators in parameter queries. So let's get started. Instead of starting from scratch, in your navigation pane, let's right-click on the customer's query, and we're going to copy it. And then right-click anywhere in the parameters pane and paste. And it's going to want to give it a name of copy of query customers. We're going to name it QRY customers. So you can get rid of copy of. And then after QRY customers, we're going to do by state. So customers by state. And we're going to click OK. So it will show up in the navigation pane in the proper grouping under queries, and we're going to open customers by state in design view. We want the end user to be able to choose which state the customers are in that they want to see in the query results. So we're going to click in the state criteria field, and in square brackets, you're going to type enter a state. So that's going to end up being the prompt that the end user sees. Enter the state. And make sure you close your square brackets. And I always tab out of those fields when I'm done in case there's any extra formatting that Access needs to apply. And now you can go ahead and run your query, and you get the enter parameter value dialog box pops up. You see your enter the state prompt, and I'm going to just type in OR and press OK. So when I do that, it runs the query and it's just showing me customers in the state of Oregon. You can actually save that query and close it. Now we're going to use wildcards in a parameter query. Let's go ahead and make another copy of our customers query. And we're going to name this one QRY customers by name. And click OK. And then we're going to open customers by name in design view. And I'm going to just drag my grid down a little bit. For this one, we want the end user to be able to type in a partial company name and have the query displayed a record for that company. So we're going to use the criteria field for company name. And actually, I'm going to go ahead and zoom in on it. So right click and zoom in. And we're going to type like, and then in double quotes an asterisk, which is any number of characters. And then an ampersand, we're going to concatenate this statement. In square brackets, we're going to type enter company name, and then in parentheses, partial OK. Close the parentheses and close the square brackets. We're going to do a space there, another ampersand, a space, and again in double quotes, another asterisk. So the asterisk is any number of characters. So if they enter part of a company name and there's more ahead of it, it will capture that. If it's more after whatever they enter, it will capture that as well. So in the bottom right corner of my Zoom screen, I'm going to do OK. And let's go ahead and run this. So we get our prompt, enter company name, partial OK. And we're going to just type in Bearcat and press enter. So it shows me the record for that company. Go back to design view and run it again. And we're going to type in Jazzy this time. And it's given me no results. Let's go back to design view. Not certain why Jazzy didn't work, but let's go ahead and run it again. And this time type in Firebird. And that's working. So you get the gist of it. Let's go back to design view and look at that again. Because the part that's in square brackets, so I'm going to go back into Zoom, that's the actual prompt, right? We're telling it if they put in like the second word of a company name, grab everything before it and afterwards. So that gives the end user more flexibility instead of you building this stuff into the query as criteria. And go ahead and save your query. Now we're going to create a query that uses range operators for a parameter. And we're going to create a new query for this one, but we're going to do it the quick and easy way. If you have any open windows, you can go ahead and close them. And we're going to open up the orders table by double clicking it. And we're going to go to the File tab, save as, save object as, save as, and we're going to name it QRY orders by date. And we're going to save it as a query and click OK. We can go ahead and close that orders table tab, and we're looking at our query. So now we're going to take the query into design view, and we're going to put this in the criteria cell for the order date. So I'm going to zoom onto that criteria cell just so you can see it better, and I have more space to work in. And what we're going to type here is the word between, and then in square brackets, enter the start date, close square brackets. We're going to type and, open square brackets, enter the end date, close square brackets. So 2 different prompts for the end user. And it's only going to show the results that are between the start and the end date. And just so you know, in Access, between is inclusive. So if you were to put in between May 1st and May 31st, it would include May 1st and May 31st in the results. We're going to go ahead and click OK, and then run your query. For the first prompt, let's put in 6/1/2010, enter. It gives you the second prompt for the end date, and we're going to do 6/30/2010, enter. And it shows all the orders based on their order dates in that range. Now, what happens if you put in a range that doesn't exist? Well, you'll get no results. Let's go back to design view and run it again. And this time put in 1/1/2010, enter. And we'll put 2/28/2010, enter. And we get no results because there's nothing with that date range. And you can go ahead and save and close that query. I want to show you something else before I move on to our next topic in here. Let's run the customer's query. And let's say we look at a customer record and we realize that something is wrong. We see a mistake in the query, right? And so what we're going to do is we're going to correct the mistake in here. And I'm just making this up as I go along. So we're going to say the Firebird fire sprinklers, their address 1 is not Foster Street. It is Forest Street. So I'm making that change right here in the query. And I just do my down arrow to get out of that row and save the record. Well, I changed it in the query. All of the data in your database is saved in tables. So if I go to the customers table and open it now, and I look at that record, which one was it? Here it is, Firebird. And you'll see the address has updated here. So if you see a mistake or something that needs to be changed in query results, you can fix it there and it automatically flows to the table, which holds the data. Just wanted to show that to you. Go ahead and close both of those tabs. If it asks you if you want to save any changes, just say yes. Now, in this lesson, we're going to use the 3 query wizards that we did not use during this course. So I have all of my database objects closed. I'm already on the Create tab of the ribbon, and I'm going to go ahead and click on Query Wizard. So if you look on the right, we used the simple Query Wizard before. We're going to start this by using the Cross tab Query Wizard, and when we select it, it gives you a little description. It creates a cross-tab query that displays data in a compact spreadsheet-like format. And we're going to click OK. So this first screen of this wizard wants to know which table or query contains the field you want. So we're going to use a query for this. We want to use the query where we created a line item and a discounted total calculated field. So where it says View, you're going to do the Option button for Queries. And that query is the customer orders query, which is already selected in the list. We're going to choose next. Which fields values do you want as row headings? So you can have only 3. We're only going to use 2 here. And the 2 we're going to use, I'm going to double click company name, and I'm going to double click order date in the list of available fields. So they go over to selected fields. And your little sample at the bottom updates. We're going to do next. Which field values do you want as column headings? We're going to do product name for our column headings. And I accidentally double-clicked ship date here. So it wants to know which number do you want calculated for each column and row intersection. I want the line item total calculated, and it's defaulting to the count. If you look at the preview, you can see that, as well as the functions. We want it to be the sum. So I'm choosing sum of the line total. And I'm going to choose next. So sometimes with queries, you're not going to follow the example that I gave you of the naming conventions. So it's appending this one with an underscore crosstab. And typically you would want your crosstab queries to show that way. You'll get used to the icons after a while, but it's okay to leave it like this. So we're going to just do finish. And you have your crosstab query. So it does look more like a spreadsheet, right? It's giving me the line total for every company and order date combination. And then it's giving me the breakdown, right, of what the product name was and their line item totals. And you notice in your queries group in your navigation pane, a crosstab query has a different icon than the other queries that we've done. So again, once you're used to the icons, or if your end users get used to the icons, you can get rid of the underscore crosstab, but clarity is good in a database. And we're going to go ahead and close this query. Now we're going to go back on the Create tab to Query Wizard, and we're going to use the Find Unmatched Query Wizard next. So go ahead and click it, and it tells you it creates a query that finds records in one table that have no related records in another table. So earlier we looked at customers and orders table and order details in a query, and we adjusted the join types. So originally it was inner join, which it only showed customers that had orders. And then we changed it to a left outer join, and we were able to see the customers, all customers, regardless of whether they had orders or not. This one is going to just find the customers that don't have orders. So we're going to click OK. So which table or query contains records you want in the query results, right? So the query you create will list records in the table you select below that have no related records in the table you select on the next screen. So we're going to select the customers table here, and we're going to do next. On this table, we're going to select, on this screen, we're going to select the orders table. And it gives you examples here. And then we're going to do next. So what piece of information is in both tables, right? So we have, if you look down here, it already detected the matching field. If this is blank where it says matching fields, you simply have to click on the customer ID in the table customers instance and the customer ID in the table orders instance, and then click this less than, equal to, greater than symbol in between. And then it would drop those matching fields down here. If they're already there, you're good to go. And we're going to select next. So what fields do you want to see in the query results is this question. And what we want to see is company name, phone, and email. And we're going to do next. So it names this query exactly what it is. And this is another instance where you might not want to rename it. So it's naming it TBL customers without matching TBL orders. we're going to click on Finish. So now it's just showing the customers who do not have any orders. Pretty cool. And we can go ahead and close that query. And last but not least, we're going to use the query wizard again. And this time we're going to use the Find Duplicates query wizard and click OK. So we want to look in the customers table for this. And what we're going to do is we want to find if we have multiple customers in one city, the exact example that they're using on the screen. And we're going to do next. So which fields might contain duplicate information? We're going to choose the city field here, just city, and we'll do next. And what fields do you want to show in the query in addition to those with duplicate values? So we would like to see the company name and address 1. And next. So it's going to name it Find Duplicates for TBL customers. We're going to do Finish. And so we have 2 different customers in the same city. So imagine if in our results, we had Milton's Restaurant at 16 Office Drive in both rows. That means we have a duplicate record and we could delete that record from within this query result. But that's not the case. It's 2 different companies, 2 different addresses. And you can go ahead and close your Find Duplicates query. Our third lesson in this module is action queries. So far, all of the queries we've done are known as select queries. They do not change table data. They just display table data. Now, you saw that you can edit the table data once it's displayed in the query and it flows back up to the table where all the data is actually held in your database. But you're not changing any data with select queries. So there are 4 different types of queries that are known as action queries. Action queries actually change the data, can change the data. So there is a make table query, which actually makes a table. There's an append query, which can append data into a table. There's an update query that can update data in a table. And there's a delete query, which can delete data from a table. Now, it is said that you cannot reverse the actions of an action query. And that's somewhat true. You can manually. So if I use the make table query and I make a table and I don't need it, I can delete that table. If I use an append query and add more records to a table, I can delete those records from a table manually. If I do an update query, I can run another update query to undo the update that I did. The one that's the hardest to come back from is a delete query. Unless you have a recent backup of your database, you may not be able to recover from a delete query. So we're going to start by going to the Create tab, and we're going to go into Query Design. And we're going to, in our Add Tables box, let's select Customers Table. And I'm going to expand it so I can see all the fields. Let's say that we want all the fields of the table in our grid. So the easy way to do that is if you double click that asterisk at the top, right? That's one way of doing it. It's showing all the fields there. I'm going to just delete that really quickly. Another way that I usually do is I double click the title bar of the table tile and I can actually see it select all the fields. And then I just click and hold on any one of them and drag it to the first field cell. So I can literally see all the fields in the grid instead of just the asterisk referencing all the fields. And so we want all the fields from the customers table in this one. And what we're going to do is we're going to do a criteria for our state field by just typing OR for Oregon in the state field and tabbing out of that criteria cell. And we're going to run the query and just making sure it's just showing customers from Oregon, and we can go back to design view. So now that we have our criteria set up, I want to direct your attention to the Query Design tab of the ribbon, and I'm looking at the query type group. You notice that select is shaded. So every query we've been doing is known as a select query. It does not change any of the table data. We use that query type group to select the type of action query that we want to create. And notice all of the action queries, the one that change your data, they have like a red exclamation point right in front of the icon. So you'll see that in front of make table, append, update, and delete. And this is another way that you can make a crosstab query, which is not an action query, but that does not have the red exclamation point. I usually do the crosstab queries through the wizard. That's the easiest way for me to do them. So we're going to decide with the results of this, the customers from Oregon, we want to make a table out of these query results. So we're going to click on the make table query type. And it says make new table, and we're going to name it. We're going to name it TBL customers and then Oregon. And we're making this table in the current database. Your only choice is this database or another database, another Access database that you would have to browse to. And we're going to click OK. And nothing happened. We don't see a new table because we now have to run the query. And when you run the query, it lets you know that you're about to paste 3 rows into a new table. Once you click yes, you can't use the undo command to reverse the changes. Are you sure you want to create a new table with the selected records? We're going to click yes. And now we have our Oregon customers table. You can double click it to open it. Just has those 3 customers in it. We can close the table. So we're going to use the same query. We never even saved this query or named it, but we're going to use it to create a customers California table. So I'm going to just go down and change the criteria for the state from OR to CA, tab out of there. Go back to Query Design tab on the ribbon. I'm going to click Make Table again, and this time I'm going to change the name of it to Customers California. Click OK and run it. So we're going to paste 3, there's 3 California customers. We're going to paste them into a new table. Go ahead and say yes. And by doing that, we don't have to save this query unless there were other criteria we wanted to use. We can go ahead and close this query, and you don't have to save the changes to the design. So in our last exercise, we used the make table query twice to make the California customers table and the Oregon customers table. And then after that, we decide that we really want one table for both California and Oregon together. So let's go back to our Create tab, Query Design. And this time we're going to, on the Add Tables box, we're going to select the Customers Oregon table. And we're going to show all the fields. I'm going to double click the table tiles title bar to select all the fields. Then click and hold customer ID and drag it to the first field cell. So this is all the customers that are in Oregon from the make table, that query that we already did. And now what we want to do on the query type section of the ribbon, we want to choose append. So append to, for the table name, we're going to do the drop down. And we're going to select TBL Customers California. It's in the current database. We're going to click OK. And now we're going to run it. So you're about to append 3 rows. We're going to click yes. And now if you open your Customers California table, you'll see the Oregon customers are in there as well. And so I'm going to close that table and I'm going to rename it by right-clicking on it and choosing rename. And at the end of it, I'm going to just type and Oregon and click away from it. So that is an append query. The query results are appended into an existing table in this database or in another Access database. We have a zip code in our customers table that we need to update. It's a wrong zip code. So we only actually have one customer record with this zip code, but imagine you had hundreds of customer records with this same zip code. You wouldn't want to manually have to update all of them to make them correct. So we're going to do an update query now. So let's open our customers query, and we're going to open it in design view. And in the customers query, in the zip field for criteria, we're going to put in a zip code 97045. 97045. And then tab out of that field and run the query. So like I said, we have one customer with that particular zip code, but imagine you had hundreds or thousands of them. And we're going to go back to design view. And now in the query type group on the ribbon, we're going to click on update. And what that does, it gives you an update to row right under the table name. So in that update to row for the zip code, we are going to type 97046. 97046. And tab out of there. And now we're going to run it. It lets you know that you're about to update one row. We're going to say yes. And now what we're going to do is we're going to close this query, and we do not want to save the changes to it. So now if we run query customers, we'll see that we don't have a zip code of 97045 anymore. It's 97046. And that's a data change, so it's also in the table and anywhere else where that zip code is referenced. And you can go ahead and close that query. So now we're going to use the delete query. And before I do that, I'm going to open a customers table. And I want you to pick any customer you have. I have a couple that I added. I have a zip code, one instance of a zip code in here. And based on that zip code, I want to delete any records with that zip code. So find a zip code that one of the ones that you entered into this yourself. And we're going to close the table and just make note of that zip code. And now we're going to go to create query design. And we're going to bring in the customers table. I'm going to double click its title bar and just drag all the fields down to the first field cell. And now on the ribbon, I'm going to click delete for the query type. And notice it puts a delete row underneath the table row in the grid, and it's populated with the word where. For the zip column, underneath where, you're going to click in the criteria cell, and you're going to type in the zip code from your customers table that you want to delete any records with that zip code. And then you're going to run the query. It lets you know that you're going to delete however many rows from the specified table. In my case, I picked one that only had one of the ones that I entered in. And I'm going to say, yes, I want to delete those records. And then I'm going to close this query and not save its changes. And so when I go back in my customers table, that record with 08821 zip code is gone. And I can close the customers table. Our final lesson in this module is Advanced Report Design Techniques. So we're going to get started by grouping report data. We're going to create a new report. We'll use the wizard for this. So we're going to go to the Create tab, And in the reports group, we're going to go to the report wizard. And the table or query that I want to use for this report, we want to use the customer orders query. And the fields that we want on the report are going to be the company name, order date, and discounted total. So I'm going to just double click those: company name, order date, discounted total. And I'm going to choose next. So on this screen, we can add any grouping levels. We want to group by company name. So I can just double click company name. And so it'll show every company name, and then underneath it, the order date and the discounted total. And by the way, I'll just point this out. You've probably seen those intra-company phone directories, and they'll usually have like the letter A at the top, and then it'll have every employee whose last name begins with the letter A or something like that and their information. Well, they do that through grouping options. We don't need to use grouping options here. It defaults to normal, but you can do the first letter or two initial letters. That's how those types of directories get made. Just wanted to point that out. And I'm going to just cancel out of grouping options. So we're grouping by company name, and we're going to choose next. And here we don't have to do a sort. If you do the drop down, since we're grouping by company name, that's not listed as a field that we can sort by. And what we want to do is do next at the bottom. We're going to use the stepped layout. You can look at the block and the outline previews if you like. We're going to leave it on portrait, adjust the field width so all fields fit on a page. We're going to leave that and do next. And we're going to name this report. So we're going to name it, let's see, I'm trying to select this stuff. It's going to be RPT, orders by customer. And we're going to click on finish. So we look at this report and we see our grouping by company name. So Astro Advertising, then all of its order dates and its discounted totals. And then it goes on to the next company, so on and so forth. When you get to the bottom of the page, you'll see in the page footer section, it's page 1 of 3. So I can look at the second page and so on and so forth. Now, there are things that we could fix about this report. One of the things on the report itself, I want the header to not say RPT orders by customer. So I'm going to change the view here. I'm going to right click on the tab, and I'm going to go to layout view to do that. And then I can select that text box, double click in it, and I'm going to get rid of RPT, and I'm going to just put a space between orders by customer. So we have 3 separate words. And then I'm going to look at it again in report view to see my change. We can go ahead and close that report and save the changes. So that's a way that you can group your report data. Pretty easy to do when you're using the wizard. We're going to create another report now so we can summarize report data. We're going to base it off of the same query that we did before, and that's going to be our customer orders query. So we're going to go back to create. We're going to do report wizard. We're going to select our customer orders query. This time we want the company name, order date, and discounted total fields. And we're going to do next. We're going to group by company name again by double clicking it. And we're going to do next. Now on the sort screen at the bottom, you have the summary options button. And we're going to click that button. The only fields that would show here are calculated fields. So discounted total is a calculated field that we selected for the report. And we want the sum of the discounted total. So we can only do sum, average, min, and max there. We're going to leave it on show detail and summary. Your other choice is summary only. And you could could have it calculate a percentage of total for sums, but we're not going to do that. We're going to click OK to close summary options. We're going to do next, next, and we're going to name this one RPT Orders Summary. Whatever you put here is both what it names the report and the title that's on the report. So you have to change one or the other. And I'm going to do finish. So on this one, we're going to take care of the title again. But on this one, it's showing for each company name, the order dates, the discounted totals for those order dates. And then underneath that, it has a summary for company name equals Astro Advertising, 16 detail records. And then it has the sum of that discounted total. Well, we're going to fix this line. We just want it to say summary for Astro Advertising, 16 detail records. We don't need that company name there. So we're going to fix that. We're also going to start by fixing the report title. So let's go to Layout View to fix the report title. We're going to just get rid of the RPT and put a space between the two words. And click away from it. And then we're going to go to Design View to fix that company name footer. Now, where we're in Design View, look at all the different sections that we have for this report. We have the report header. We have the page header. So the report header shows on the first page of every report. The page header shows on every page of the report. And in the page header, it has the labels for company name, order date, and discounted total. And then it has the company name header because we grouped it on company name. So that creates its own header. Then we have our detail section where it shows the order date and the discounted total for every company name. We have the company name footer, which shows at the bottom of each company because of the grouping. Page footer shows on every page, and then the report footer shows on the last page of the report. So we're going to be impacting that company name footer. And what we want to do is we want to select the single quote. So it has equal and then in double quote, summary for space, double quote, ampersand for concatenation. And after the ampersand is another double quote. Then there's a single quote before company name. We want to get rid of the single quote as well as the text company name and the single quote that comes after it. So just single quote, company name, single quote. And we're going to do delete. And we're going to leave everything else there. So it's going to say summary for, and then equals, and then there's going to be a space after summary for. There's going to be a space after the equals. It's concatenating in a space. And then it's going to have the actual company name for that particular set of records. And then the count of how many detail records. So let's take this back to report view and make sure that looks okay now. So summary for equals Astro Advertising is what it's going to say now instead of equals company name and then Astro Advertising. And that looks a lot better. So we did a grouping and a summarization in this report. And you can go ahead and save your report, or actually go back to Design View. I just wanted to go over a couple of other things in Report Design View. I'm going to go to the Report Design tab on the ribbon. And over on the right in the Tools group, I'm going to go ahead and choose Property Sheet. So we saw a property sheet when we were working on a query before because we used it to format some of the fields in the query results as currency. But you have similar properties in here when you're in report design. So for example, if I click on the detail gray bar on the grid, right, I can go here to selection properties and choose detail. So now it's showing me the properties for that detail section. So if I wanted to format it any kind of way, there's a whole, I can do formats, decimal places, stuff, that kind of nature using the property sheet. Now there's other ways to format in a report too. I'm going to go ahead and close the property sheet. And we're going to format the labels in the page header section. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on the first label, the company name label in the page header section, hold down my control key, click on the order date label, and then click on the discounted total label. And we're going to go to the format tab on the ribbon. And in here, what I want to do is I want to give these a different font color. So I'm going to do the font color drop down, and I'm going to do like a blue font color. So it's actually changing the background of actually I did a fill color, that's why. So I did a blue fill color, and that's fine. Now we'll do the font color drop down and make it white. And then we'll make it bold. And now take your report to report view to see what that looks like. It may not be the best color choices, but I just wanted to show you that you're not stuck with what you've got. And as a matter of fact, I would suggest that when you create a report, you just open up the property sheet, you select different fields, you test out things, go look at it in report view and see what you've got. And now I'm going to take it to print preview. So this is what it would look like if I printed this report out. And again, from the preview tab of the ribbon, I can change the paper size, the margins. I can change the page layout. I can actually export report data. So I can export it to Word, as a text file, as a PDF, so on and so forth. Go ahead and close print preview and close your report. Say yes if it prompts you to save. In Module 4, we created parameter queries, which gives the end user the ability to define the criteria that's going to show in the query results. We used the query wizard to create a crosstab query, which kind of looks like a spreadsheet. We also used the find duplicates query wizard and the find unmatched query wizard. Then we moved on to creating action queries, which actually impact the table data. And we finished up with using advanced report design techniques by learning how to summarize and group in reports. We also went over design view and how you can access the properties window when you're working in that view for reports. Thank you so much for attending this video course. Hi everyone, I'm Trish Connor-Cato. Welcome to the Access 2021 video course. This video course is for beginners in Microsoft Access, all the way through experienced everyday users looking to sharpen their skills and increase efficiency in Access. Access is Microsoft's relational database application used to organize and store data. Access also has reporting capabilities. So what's covered in this course? Our advanced training starts with advanced report-informed design techniques. We'll then learn how to create switchboards, write macros, and use Access Visual Basic for applications for complex automation. We'll end the course by covering database security and customization options, and along the way, I will point out features that are new to this version of Access. Welcome to Module 5. This is our next to the last module. In this module, we're going to be covering advanced form design techniques and automation. So we have our lessons listed here, starting with advanced form design techniques. Then we're going to be using switchboards to navigate database objects. The automation piece is designing macros to automate database tasks, and an introduction to Access Visual Basic for complex automation. Now we're going to get started with advanced form design techniques, and that's going to include us creating subforms, tabbed forms, and split forms. You'll get explanations of all of those three types before we begin creating them. Our first lesson, advanced form design techniques, we're going to create 3 different types of complex forms. We're going to start with a subform. A subform is literally a form within a form. When you change the record on the main form, the subform will update with related records. So we're going to start this by creating 2 separate forms. We're going to do the first one by using the form wizard. So we're going to go to the Create tab and access the form wizard. And we want to base this form off of the orders table. So I'm going to make sure I find the table and not the query because I want all of the fields from the table on this form. So I'm going to just use the double arrow to move all of the fields over. And I'm going to choose next, leave it on that layout, next again. And we're going to name this, I'm just going to select everything there. We're going to name this form FRM Orders and Items. And we're going to click Finish. So right now it's just showing orders, even though we named it FRM Orders and Items. And this is going to be known as our main form. So let's go ahead and we'll fix the label up at the top of the form later. But let's go ahead and close the form. And we're going to create our other form, our subform or child form. So our main form is FRM Orders and Items, and its child form, which is the subform, we're going to create in Form Design view. So go ahead and go to Create, Form Design. And if your field list is not open on the right side, you can use the Add Existing Fields button on the Form Design tab of the ribbon to get it to show. And we want this to be created off of the order details table. So in the field list, I'm going to expand the order details table. I'm going to right click on order ID and add field to view. Product ID, same thing, and quantity. So I'm just going to add those to the view. I can go to form view to take a look at it, and that's fine. And then I'm going to save the form, and it's going to be FRM Order Items. FRM Order Items. And click OK. And you can close that form. So we've created 2 forms. Our main or parent form is Orders and Items, and our child or subform is Order Items. Let's open the main form, Orders and Items, in Design View. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to expand the detail section. So I'm going to put my mouse between the end of the detail section and the top of the form footer section. I'm going to click and hold and drag down about that much to create more space in the detail section. Actually going to give it just a little bit more space. So in order to embed, if you will, the subform into the main form here, we're going to use the subform subreport control. But before we do that, I want to make sure that a setting is active. If you look up at the form design tab of the ribbon in that controls group where we got a label from earlier, we're going to do the more button. That's the down arrow on the right side of it with the line above it. And we want to make sure that use control wizards is active. Let me just explain this a little bit. If it's not active, I just clicked on it to deactivate it. It won't have the shading. If it is active, the little wizard wand will be shaded. And you want to make sure that that is active. If you don't, it's going to expect you to program everything that you do. We want the wizard to guide us through the programming steps at this point. So we want to make sure that's active. Now that the controls gallery is exposed, the subform subreport control is the third one in the last row. So you can do a subreport using the same control if you were in a report design view. We're doing a subform. So we're going to select that control. When we move our mouse around, it looks like a plus sign with that control attached to it. And if you just watch my screen, I'm going to click and hold right about here, drag to the right, and then drag down so it's showing a box about that size. Now notice at the top of the box there's a label and it says Child 9. The subform is the child form. It'll give it some random number. And because our wizard controls are activated, the wizard pops up. So lesson within a lesson. If you drag a control to an object and the wizard doesn't pop up, you delete that control off of the object, you go and activate it from the more button, the wizard controls, and then you do it all over again and you'll get the wizard to pop up. So it wants to know, it tells you can use an existing form to create your subform or create your own using tables and queries. We want to use an existing form, and our child form is FRM order items, and we're going to do next. So would you like to define which fields link your main form to this subform yourself, or choose from the list below? The list is pretty good. So I use the list unless I can't use the list. So what this is saying in the list is, show SQL statement for each record in table orders using order ID. And so we're basing this, we're saying we're using the order ID field to kind of bind these two forms together. So we're going to make sure that show statement is selected, and we're going to choose next. Now we could name, it's going to use the same name that the subform is from, so order items, and we're fine with that because that's just going to be a label that we're going to delete. So we're going to click on finish. And notice right above your subform, you have that label FRM order items. You're going to just select it. When it has the yellow band around it, you're going to press delete on your keyboard to get rid of it. And now we can look at this in form view and test it. So let's go to form view. And so whatever order ID is in the top record, right, in the main form, it's showing the order items in the subform. So if I go to the bottom to my record navigator and I switch to the next record in the main form, notice that the subform is updating as well. So it will always be matching the order ID and showing the product. That is an example of a form within a form known as a subform. Now I just scrolled down a little bit. I'm on record 10 in the main form. And if I look at, there's another record navigation within the subform. So it's telling me for that customer ID Bearcat boosters on that particular order date, there's actually 2 different products down there. So I can scroll between the 2 products. If I go to the next record on the main form, that also has 2 products. So I can scroll through them in the subform. And we can go ahead and close that form. Well, actually say no, cancel the closing the form. we want to go to, let's just go to layout view, and we'll change the label there. We'll get rid of FRM and just put a space between the words. And now we're ready to save it and close it. The next type of complex form we're going to design is known as a tabbed form. A tabbed form has multiple pages, if you will. So if you have a lot of data, a lot of different fields in your data, you might want to split those fields up across different pages. And that's what we're going to do right now. We're going to go back to form design. So create form design. And this is all about a control. So if your field list is open, that's great. We're going to be utilizing it momentarily. If it's not open, you can open it by doing add existing fields. To create a tab form, you're going to use the control that looks like a file folder with tabs on the side of it. It's called the tab control. It's in the first row of your controls group. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on that tabbed control. My mouse now looks like a plus sign with a folder attached. I'm going to go pretty much in the upper corner of the detail section, not all the way in the upper corner, but close. And I'm just going to drag across and down until almost the entire detail section is filled. And then I'm going to let go. And you'll notice that it gave me a form framework with 2 pages. That's how it defaults. In your field list, expand the customers table. And so far, we've been right-clicking on fields and adding fields to view. For some reason, when you're doing a tab control, it doesn't really like that too much. So here we're going to drag and drop the fields. And remember, you don't want to drag them all the way to the left because you have to leave room for the label. So I'm going to drag the company name field. When you're on top of the form, it will turn black. And I'm not going to go too far to the left. I'm going to just drop it right about here. So I left room for the label. We're going to drag address 1 under company name. And we'll get these aligned after we get them all on the form. Go ahead and drag city over under address 1. And we're going to grab state. And so all of these fields are going on page 1. All right, that's the page we were on. We're also going to grab the zip field, put it under state. And we'll add the phone field here as well under zip. So now to align these things, we're going to start by aligning the labels to their left edge. So it will align them to the leftmost label. So what I'm going to do to select all the labels, I'm going to click and hold a little bit above and to the left of the company name label. And I'm going to just drag down until the other labels are selected. I'm going to go to the Arrange tab on the ribbon. To the right in the Sizing and Ordering group, I'm going to choose Align and then Left. So now all the labels are aligned by the left edge. I'm going to then drag a selection net around the fields. It's called a selection net, selection marquee, a lasso. I've heard it called a lot of different things. And we're also going to align them by their left edges. And now we want to make sure these are all vertically spaced equally. So I want to drag a selection net around the labels and the fields. And this time, in the Sizing and Ordering group, I'm going to choose the Size Space drop-down. And in the spacing section, I'm going to choose Equal Vertical. And then click away from them so they all have equal distance between them vertically. So that's just page 1. Now we're going to get ready to do page 2. So we're simply going to click on the page 2 tab. Make sure it has that yellow border around the entire page. And now we're going to add a couple of fields here. We're going to drag the email field onto page 2. And again, leave room for the label. And we're going to drag the active field underneath the email field. And so we don't have to align the labels because the active field, oh, that's weird. The active field label came up over here. Remove that. We are going to have to align the labels. Yeah, my active field label came up on top of the checkbox. So I'm going to just drag a selection net around both labels and try really hard not to move the page framework. And I'm going to align them by their left. I'll do the same thing with the fields. And then I'm going to select the labels and the fields. And in my case, the page again, because I can't seem to help myself. And I'm going to do the size space equal vertical. Now, I don't like where it moved the label for the checkbox. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just manually move that one down a little bit. I don't like the way where it put it. So now we have our tabbed form, and we can take a look at it in form view. So you can see the fields we have on page 1 and on page 2. Now go back to page 1 and take it to layout view for a moment. We need the company name field to be wider. So we can do that in layout view, which gives you the benefit of seeing the underlying data. And then let's go back to design view. It would be helpful to rename the pages. Page 1 and page 2 are not good names for these. We want them to kind of indicate what kind of data is on each page. So what we're going to do is go ahead and close our field list on the right side and go to the Form Design tab, and in the Tools group, bring up the Property Sheet. And we're going to click on the Page 1 tab. So in the Property Sheet, I can go to Other tab or the All tab, and the first property is the name property. So for the page 1 name, we're going to change it from page 1. You can just select page 1 there. And we're going to type customer info and press enter. So I typed it in plain English. And then I'm going to click on the page 2 tab. I can get to it right. And I'm keeping an eye on that property sheet, so I make sure when I get it, it says the name property. And I'm just going to name page 2 status. The next thing we want to do is have a form header section so we can put a label with the name of the form in it. So I'm going to just right click on the gray detail bar and choose form header. Well, actually, we'll do form header footer. And I'm going to expand the form header section just a little bit. I'm going to grab that label control, the second one, the A, capital A, small a. I always want to use the text box control for the label, but it's not. It's a text box. And then I'm going to just draw a label box in the form header section. And in it, I'm going to type customer information form and just click away from it. And now you can go look at your form in form view again, so you can see that you have that form header section. Let's go back to design view one more time for this one, our tabbed form. And if you right click on any page tab, you can see where you can insert or delete pages. You can change the page order. Let's say we wanted status to be the first page. If you click on page order, we're not going to actually change it, but you could move down on customer info or click on status and move up. I'm going to just cancel out of there. So when you're working in here, don't be afraid to click around and look at different things. You have a layout option. It's not letting me select anything, but you can get to align and size and some of these things from the right-click shortcut menu as well. And we're going to go ahead and save this form now. And we're going to name it FRM Customer Information. And click OK. And then we can close it. So far, we've designed two different types of complex forms, a subform and a tabbed form. Now we're going to create our third complex form. And this is probably the easiest one to create. So this one, what we're going to do first is we're going to just click on FRM products in your navigation pane. We're not going to double click it or open it. We just want it selected. And then we're going to go to the Create tab. And in the Forms group, we're going to do the More Forms drop down. And we're going to select Split Form. And it automatically does it. So we can go ahead and close the property sheet on the right side. It puts it in layout view. So a split form is a form that shows as a form on its upper half and as a data sheet on its lower half. So on the upper half, you're looking at this FLDGRN product ID. And on the lower half, it has that selected. So this is in layout view. Let's do some changes here. Let's get rid of this little logo. And notice that it named it FRM Products 1 because we already have a products form. And you can't have the same name for more than one object in Access. So when we get ready to save it, we'll change the name of it. But right now, we're going to change this label. And we're going to call it Product Split Form in plain English. Product Split Form. And now let's change it to Form View. And we can use our navigation buttons at the bottom. I click on the top half first just to make it active window. And then I'm going to go to the next record. So it switches to the vanilla folders up top and it has that highlighted on the bottom. Conversely, if I select a record on the bottom, it will actually bring up that record in the form view on the top. So that is a split form. You just have the form that you want to base it off of selected in the navigation pane. And then you go to Create, and in the Forms group, you're going to go to the More drop down and choose Split. Now we're ready to save it, and we're just going to give it a name, FRM Products Split. And do OK, and we can close it. Our second lesson here is creating keystrokeless field controls. Basically, these are controls that lend themselves to efficiency. So we're going to deal with default values and tab order. Imagine, if you will, that you've been tasked with entering like 150 orders for a particular date. We'll say like 6/14/2010. And instead of having to type in the order date all the time, you can set a default value on a field. And I'm going to show you how we do that now. We're going to open the Orders and Items table in Design View. And this is our main form and our subform. And what we're going to do is we're going to select the order date field on the main form. Now, if your property sheet is not open on the right side, go ahead and open it by using Property Sheet in the Tools group. And when you're on the property sheet, you want to do the drop down. Now, typically in Access, when you click on a field, it automatically selects that field in the property sheet. Sometimes it doesn't. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the drop down, and I'm going to make sure I'm on that order date field. I actually want it to say order date from that drop down. And then I can do this on the data tab. There's a default value property, and I'm going to type 6/14/2010. And then I'm going to tab out of that field. And notice it puts the pound signs around the date. So dates have to have pound signs around them. And again, Access is very helpful with those formats when you get out of the field. So we're going to see what this does for us. We're not going to save it yet. Let's just go to Form View. And notice you're not seeing that date here. So this is, you're looking at a current record. If we wanted to enter a bunch of orders for 6/14/2010, if you go down and you do your new record button, and that's the one that has the right pointing arrow with the asterisk next to it. So if you go and you click the new record button, every new record will come up with that order date already populated, which lends itself to efficiency. Again, if you had to enter 100 orders that occurred on June 14th, that saves you time by not having to type in that date. And you can always override it if you need to. I'm going to do the previous record arrow so it doesn't have that new record kind of hanging out there anymore. And I'm going to go ahead and save this form. For adjusting the tab order, we're going to have to mess up the tab order first so that we can then learn how to fix it. So what I'm going to do is, and I'll explain it in just a moment, let's open the Customers form in Design View. And on the Form Design tab in the Tools group, we're going to click on Tab Order. And we're going to just mess something up real quick, and trust me, we'll fix it. So what we're going to do is we're going to click on the row header in front of State under Custom Order. And then we're going to click and hold the row header. And we're going to drag State up so it's in between company name and address 1. And now click OK at the bottom and go to Form View. So let's do a new record. And notice when you press your Tab key, it goes right to the state field. When you press Tab again, then it's on address 1. Sometimes when you create a form and you start moving your fields around on the form, the tab order gets messed up. And for me, this is literally one of my biggest pet peeves. If I'm online and I am shopping for items and I get to the cart and I have to put in my information, if the tab order is not right and I have to keep using my mouse to click in the right field, I will totally cancel out of the order because I know how easy it is to fix things like that, and it just annoys me. So we didn't have any instances of where the tab order was not right, so we had to make it not right so you could learn how to fix it. Let's go back to Design View, and we're going to go back to Tab Order. Now, if it's out of whack, a lot of times Access can fix it for you. And when it's out of whack, it's like usually really out of whack. Like it would go from state to active and then back to phone, stuff like that. So down in the bottom right corner, I'm going to click on Auto Order. And notice that it puts state right back under city. Like I said, auto order usually works. If that didn't work and you had to click and drag, you know how to do that because we broke the tab order before we could learn how to fix it. So now we're going to do OK. We'll go back to Form View. We'll bring up a new record screen. And as we tab down, you'll notice that it's tabbing and it's hitting all the fields in the right order. And we can go ahead and close that form and go ahead and save your changes. Now we're going to add a button control to a form. This is where it gets really cool. This is where I nerd out on you a little bit. Let's open the customer information form in Design View. And right on the customer info page, we're going to add the button control. In your controls group, the button control is right to the right of your label control. So it looks like the box. You're going to go ahead and click it. And of course, your mouse pointer changes to a plus sign with a box attached to it. When you hover over the form page, it turns black. And I'm going to just click and hold, and I'm going to draw a box about that big. And because our command wizards are enabled, it brings up the command button wizard. So you have different actions that you can do for each category. So it's on record navigation. You could do find next, find a record, go to first, go to last, go to next, go to previous record. You have record operations, add a new record, delete, duplicate a record, print, save, and undo. You have form operations, which I'm going to skip for right now. These are report operators, so we're not in a report, we're in a form. You have application, where it can actually exit from access. And you have miscellaneous, which is running macros, queries, printing a table, auto dialer if you're hooked up to some kind of phone system, that kind of thing. We're going to go to form operations, and we're going to choose close form under action. And we're going to do next. And so you can use text or pictures here. There's even more pictures, but I'm kind of fond of the exit doorway. So I'm going to leave it on that picture and do next. Now, you might end up referring to this button in some kind of code. So it's a good habit, and then you may not, but it's a good habit to get into in naming these things appropriately. The 3-character prefix for a command button, it's actually known as a command button, is CMD, and then I'm going to just do close, CMD close, and finish. So let's save our form, and then go to Form View, and you should see your little exit doorway button, and when you click it, it will close your form. The last type of specialized form we're going to create is known as a switchboard. A switchboard can be thought of as menus, but it's used to navigate database objects. It's really kind of cool. Now, in order to create a switchboard, you have to use the switchboard manager, which does not show up in Access by default. So we need to add it to our quick access toolbar. Now, on my screen, I have my quick access toolbar underneath the ribbon. Yours might be above the ribbon, but wherever it is, what you're going to do is you're going to click the drop down arrow to the right of the quick access toolbar. And almost at the bottom of that list, you're going to select more commands. So now you're in the customize the quick access toolbar option screen. On the left side, it defaults to popular commands. We're going to do the drop down where it says popular commands, and we're going to choose commands not in the ribbon. And then I'm going to just scroll down, or you can click once anywhere in the left-hand list and type the letter S. It only allows for a 1-character scroll. So now it's scrolled to the S portion of the list, and I'm going to continue to scroll down until I see Switchboard Manager. Now on the right side, these are the items that are on my quick access toolbar. I'm going to click on redo the last item first. And then on the left side, I'm going to just double click Switchboard Manager. So it ends up being the last thing on my quick access toolbar. And I'm going to do OK at the bottom. Now, if you hover over that last icon on your quick access toolbar, it says Switchboard Manager. Now that we have access to Switchboard Manager, we can create one or many switchboards in Access. Once you put it on your quick access toolbar, it will be there until you remove it from your quick access toolbar. So I'm going to go ahead and click on Switchboard Manager Oops, I kind of double clicked on it. Let me do that again. And you might get a message that pops up that says it can't find any switchboards, and that's fine. And then if you click OK on that, it will bring you into Switchboard Manager. So when you're in here, it gives you a main switchboard as a default. And I want to point out something. In your Forms group, you have that main switchboard. It's just named Switchboard. Switchboard is a specialty type of form. So we can create a new switchboard or we can modify the main one. We're only going to have one in here. So we're going to just modify the main switchboard by clicking the edit button on the right-hand side. And you'll notice it says there are no items on this switchboard. So on the right-hand side, we're going to click new. And we're going to go to the command drop down first. And we're going to choose Open Form in Add Mode. And then we're going to change the text to say, Add New Product. And then the form, we're going to do the drop down. And we're going to select our product split form. And we're going to click OK. So we have one item on the switchboard so far. Let's do a new item, another new item on the switchboard. And this one will start with the text. We're going to choose Add New Customer. The command is going to be Open Form in Add Mode. And that form is going to be the customer's form. And we're going to do OK. We're going to add another item, new item. And this one is going to be, let me see which command I want to use here. Okay. We're going to say the text is going to be View Customer Information Report. The command is going to be Open Report. And the report is going to be RPT Customer Information. And we're going to do OK. And that's enough for our switchboard right now, right? So we can go ahead and close out of there. And so what does that do for you? Okay, I'm going to show you what it does for you. Open your switchboard form, the form that's called switchboard. So this is the main switchboard. I mean, we could change the name of that. If you click on Add New Product, it opens the product split form and it's ready for a new record. Notice that the switchboard form stays open. So I'm going to go back to switchboard and I'm going to choose Add New Customer. So the customer form opens ready to add a record. I'm going to go back to switchboard and view Customer Information Report. So the switchboard allows you to easily navigate through different database objects. Now I'm going to close all the tabs except the switchboard tab. Actually, I'm going to just close everything. And then I'm going to double click the switchboard again. And I am going to go to Layout View. And in Layout View, it lets me change that label. So instead of main switchboard, I'm going to just call it, I'm just going blank here. So I'm just going to call it Trish Switchboard because I can't think of anything better in this moment. So that's how you build a switchboard. Now let's close that switchboard and say yes to save the changes. And we're going to go back into Switchboard Manager. So we have our main switchboard selected. We're going to edit it on the right. And we're going to click New on the right. And my next command that I'm going to add, just go to the command drop down and choose Exit Application. And the text is going to be close database and click OK. And then close that Edit Switchboard page and close the Switchboard Manager. And now double click your switchboard form, and you'll notice you have the closed database on there now, and you can actually click that and it will close that database. So now we're getting ready to get into designing macros to automate database tasks. In this lesson, we're going to create a macro that will close or open database objects. We're going to use message boxes to notify users. We're going to automate parameter queries with macros, view related records in another form with macros, hide and unhide field controls with macros, and we're going to use macros to validate data entry. Back over in Access, I'm going to reopen my customer orders database, and we're going to create an auto exec macro. So we saw an example of an auto exec macro in the Northwind database. An auto exec macro is the one that when you open the database, the macro executes or runs. So in the Northwind database, when we opened the database, the first thing that popped up was the login form. That was the result of the auto exec macro. You can only have one auto exec macro in a database, and it has to be named auto exec. So we're not going to use the MCR prefix for this one like you normally would for a macro. It just can be named auto exec. And we're going to build it so it opens our switchboard for us, our switchboard form. So we're going to go to the Create tab, and all the way to the right in the Macros and Code group, you're going to click on Macro. And it just gives you this one box. And if you do the drop down, you'll see a list of actions. And the action that we want is open form. So once you click that, it gives you more fields that you may or may not need to fill in. You definitely need to tell it what form to open. So we're going to do the drop down to the right of form name field. And we want it to open the switchboard. And we're going to open it in form view. We don't need to put in any filters or where conditions or the data mode. And we're going to leave the window mode as normal. So all we have to do now is name this macro auto exec. So I'm going to right click on the macro 1 tab and save. And it needs to be capital A, auto, capital E, exec. So it stands for automatically execute. So automatically execute this macro when the database opens. And the macro is telling it to display this form. We're going to click OK. And we're going to close the macro. Now, a couple of things. If you scroll down in your navigation pane, you now have a macros group. And you have your one macro there. And just notice its icon. Now to test this, we have to close our database and reopen it. So I'm going to go to File, Close, and then I'm going to go back to File and click on Customer Orders. And there you have it. When this database opens now, auto exec kicks in and it displays the switchboard. You can go ahead and close the switchboard. The next macro we're going to create is going to display a message box for the user when they open a particular form. So we're going to go ahead back to Create Macro. And we're going to use the same action that we used before. So we're going to do the drop down and select Open Form. And this time the form we want to open is the customer information form. We'll open it in form view. We don't have to do anything else on this screen. And now what we want to do is add another new action. So we're going to go to the secondary Add New Action dropdown. And we're going to look through this list of actions to find the message box action. So for the message box, the message is what displays for the user. So what we're going to type here is please check to see if customer exists before creating a new record. That's the polite message to the user. We're going to have the message box beep. So we're going to leave that yes. When the message box is displayed, it'll beep. For the type, let's do the drop down. And so you have critical, warning with a question mark, warning with an exclamation point, and information. We're going to do information. And the title that shows in the title bar of the message box is going to be please check customer. And I'm going to do an exclamation point. So we're going to save this macro. And we're going to use the MCR prefix for it because it's not an auto exec. And we'll just call it check customer. And click OK. And we can run the macro from the macro design tab of the ribbon. The first button is run. So notice it opened the customer information form and it's displaying the message. So there's our title bar. It's an information. So you got the eye icon and then the actual message. So we'll click OK. And we can actually use our close button to close that form. And we can close the macro. Now we're going to create a macro that's going to automate parameter queries. So we're going to start this in the order summary report. So what we're going to do is right click on it and open that report in design view. Now, the first thing we need to do in here is disable our control wizards. So we're going to go to the More button to the right of the controls gallery, and we're going to click on Use Control Wizards to disable it. And now we're going to grab the button control, one that looks like a rectangle, and we're going to draw a button on the right side of the report header. And it can be just about that big. Now in your property sheet, if it's not open, go ahead and open your property sheet. You want to make sure it says Command 15 here to mimic that command button. If you need to, you can select it from the drop-down list. And we're going to go to the All tab in the property list. So we're going to name this button, and we're going to name it CMD Open Query. So CMD is the 3-character command button prefix. CMD Open Query. And then we're going to use the caption property right under the name property. The caption is the text that actually shows up on the button itself. So our caption is just going to be in plain English. It's going to be Open Query. And you can see that appear on the button. And now we're going to go to the Event tab on the property sheet. So we want to create a macro that executes when that button is clicked. So we're going to use the on-click event. All the way to the right side of it, you're going to click the ellipsis button, and and macro builder is already selected. You're going to go ahead and click OK. So we're going to use the open query action here. So go ahead and do the drop down and find the open query action. And we're going to use the drop down to the right of query name, and we're going to select orders by date query. So we're in the order summary report, and the orders by date query is the query where we set up parameters for the start and end dates. The next macro I'm going to challenge you to create on your own. It's going to be used to view related records in another form with macros. So we're going to have a command button in a form that will open another form when it's clicked. So you're going to place the command button in the orders and items form, and you're going to use an embedded macro to have it open the products form when it's clicked. So again, you're going to create a command button in the orders and items form, name and caption it accordingly, and then attach the macro builder to the on-click event of that button and have it open the form products. And to test it, you should be in form view on the orders and items form, and you can click your view products button and it should open the products form for you. Now we're going to create a macro that will hide or unhide field controls based on the value of another field. So in our situation, let's do this. Let's open up our customers table. And you'll notice that we have some inactive customers that have an employee assigned to them. And so if the customer is inactive, we're not going to want to see the employee field on the form at all. So we can go ahead and close the customers table. And we're going to go down to our forms area, and we're going to open the customer information form in design view. And we're going to go to the status tab. We're going to want to add another field, the employee field, on the status tab. So my property sheet is open currently. I'm going to just go click add existing fields to get my field list. And I'm going to drag my employee field onto the status page of the form, making sure I leave room for the label. And now what I'm going to do is go ahead and save the form and go to form view and click on the status tab. So if we navigate to record number 6, I'm just using the record navigation area, we'll see that we have an inactive customer and the employee field is showing there. So we're going to build a macro so that if the customer is inactive, then the employee field will not show on the status page of the form. So let's go back to design view. In design view, we're going to click to select the active checkbox, not its label, the actual checkbox. And we're going to bring up our property sheet. So if you're not on the event tab, go ahead and click before we even make sure which tab we're on, we want to make sure that it's on that active checkbox, right? So I'm going to go look through these things and I'm going to select active, right? And then I'm going to go to the on-click event ellipsis and get back into macro builder. So for this macro, we're going to use an if-then statement. So from the action drop-down, you're going to select if. Notice it gives you the if. Over to the right, there's your then. And then underneath it, you have end if. You can add else or else ifs if you have multiple criteria. We only have one. So in the if box, we're going to type an open square bracket, and we're going to start typing active. And notice it shows on the list and it lets you know it's a checkbox. I can double click it and it will finish putting it in as well as the closing square bracket. After the closing square bracket, I'm going to type an equal sign and type the word false. And now we're going to add a new action right underneath the if block, not after end if. We're going to add a new action and you're going to do the drop down and you're going to look for an action called set value and you're not going to find it. So all of the available actions do not show in this drop down unless you tell it to show all of the available actions in the drop down. And so if you look up at the macro design tab of the ribbon in the show hide group, you're going to click on Show All Actions. And you notice that that Show All Actions button has a warning symbol in it. So these types of actions don't show by default. They could be actions that impact your data, stuff like that. So if you need them, you need to know how to access them by clicking that Show All Actions button. Now, when you go to Add New Action drop down underneath the if statement, you will see Set Value in that list. And it gives you the warning symbol because it's saying, hey, listen, this could change some stuff in your data. So it has two arguments, the item and the expression. And for item, we're going to do a open square bracket, and we're going to start typing employee. It shows up on the list. It's a combo box, and we're going to just double click it to get it in there. So the item to set value is employee, the employee field. And after the closing bracket, we're going to type a period, a dot, and start typing visible. And visible will show up on the list and you can double click it. And then for the expression, we're going to type in no, and then I'm going to explain it. So it looks like the opposite of what we're trying to do. We're saying if active is false, then set the value of the employee to the opposite of visible. So make it invisible is what it's saying. So we're going to go ahead and save and close this macro, and then we're going to test this. So take your form to Form View, and we're going to use the Record Navigator until we get to record number 6. And then we're going to go to the status page. We have an inactive customer and it's showing the employee. So if I check and uncheck active, then you'll notice that the employee field disappears. And that's how that works. It's hiding and unhiding depending on the status of another field. And we can save this form and go ahead and close it. The last macro we're going to build is going to be used to validate data entry on a form. So I'll explain it as we go. We're going to open the customer information form in Design View. And you want to make sure your property sheet is open on the right. On the property sheet, you want to make sure your selection type is set to form. And on the event tab, we're going to go to the before update event. So the before update event, as you tab through a form, if you're doing data entry, once you're in the last field on the form and you tab again, it's going to want to save what you did and give you a new form for data entry. So before update means before the form data is saved, run this macro. So we're going to go over to the ellipsis for the before update event and go into our macro builder. And for this macro, to validate data entry, we're going to use another if action. So I'm going to select if, and you're going to type the word is, and you'll see a list of different functions show up. We want to double click is null, which means it's empty. And then it gives us an open parenthesis. We're going to start typing city, and you'll see the field name on the list, and you can double click it so it puts it in square brackets. And we're going to do a closing parenthesis. So right now it's saying if the city field is empty on the form. That's all we have so far. So if the city field is empty, we're going to add a new action right under if. And we're going to choose cancel event. So if the city field is empty, do not save the information that was put on the form. That's where we are. We're going to do another action right under cancel event. So if the city field is empty, it's not going to update the data on the form, but we would like it to display a message box for the user. So we're going to select the message box action again. And the message is going to be the city field is required. The type, we're going to do the warning with the exclamation point. And the title is going to be missing required information for the title bar. So, okay, if the city field is empty, it's not going to update the data on the form, and it's going to display a message box for the user instead. We're going to add one more action, and this is a really good one to think about when you're in a situation like this. So we're telling the user that the city field is required. They're not going to be able to continue until they get that information in. It would be nice to put their insertion point in the city field. So we're going to add another new action right under message box. And that action is called go to control. And the control name, we're going to start typing city, and the field will show up and you can double click it. So if they're putting in a new record on the customer information form and they skip the city field, it's going to display a message box letting them know that the city field is required, and it's going to put their insertion point in the city field. That's how that one's going to work. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and save and close, and we're going to test it. So let's go to Form View and do your new record button at the bottom. And for a company name, we'll just put ABC. The address is going to be 132 Main Street. We're going to purposely skip the city field. We'll put in a California as the state, 95814 as the zip code. And I'm just going to use a phone number of 555-777-7777. And now I'm going to press my tab key. So because we have a button, it's going to go to the button. And then I'm going to press tab again. So now I get my message box, right, with the title bar, missing required information. I have my warning symbol with the exclamation point, the actual message, the city field is required. I'm going to click OK on that message, and notice my insertion point is in the city field because of the go to control. So I'm going to just type Sacramento in there, and I can tab through again past the button. And now it will update that by saving that information and giving me a new blank record. And so we can go ahead and close this form, say yes to saving any changes. Our last lesson in this module is an introduction to Visual Basic for complex automation. So Visual Basic for application is built into all of the Office products, including Access. So in this lesson, we're going to use VBA, Visual Basic for Applications, to secure forms with passwords, to create user input boxes, and to use logic programming to interpret conditions. There's a file in the video description it's a text document called VBA Code for Access 2021. You want to go ahead and grab that text document and open it, maybe in Notepad or something. The first thing we're going to do in Access is we're going to use Visual Basic to secure forms with passwords. So you should have that document open, that text document open with all the Visual Basic code in it. And we're going to do this on the employees form. So unless people have the password, they won't be able to open the form. So we're going to open the employees form in Design View. In the property sheet, we want to make sure the selection type is form, and we're on the event tab, and we're going to go to the ellipsis to the right of the onload event. So when the form is loaded into the computer's memory, that's the onload event. And we're going to go ahead and do the ellipsis, and we're going to go into Code Builder this time. So it takes you into Microsoft Visual Basic for applications. And this interface hasn't changed in years. It doesn't have the ribbon interface. It has toolbars, and it has, it has a menu bar, and it has a couple of different toolbars. So this screen doesn't change. It looks the same if you're accessing it from Excel, Word, so on and so forth. So what we're going to do in here, it creates what's known as a sub procedure. It starts with private sub and it ends with the end sub statement. And because we did it on the onload event, right, the name of the sub is form_load. So I'm going to press enter just to get a blank line between private and where we're going to paste in the code. And so we want to go over to that VBA code for access in Notepad. So I'm going to just bring that up on my screen. So I'm looking at that Notepad document, and I have the code blocks separated by these equal signs. So this first block of code, let me just explain the first two lines. Those are comments, meaning they're just used to describe what the code is going to do, right? So we're going to select from the first line all the way down to the end if statement above the equal signs. And we're going to copy that. I'm going to minimize Notepad, and I'm going to just paste that right here. So you'll notice that the comment lines turn green. So those lines don't execute. So I have comments throughout this code to try to explain what the code is going to do to password protect a form, and that it's used on the form's onload event. So it's declaring a variable. Variable is a temporary space in your computer's memory, and it's called passwd. And it's going to create an input box that says enter password, and the title bar of the input box is going to say restricted form. After that, I have more notes. Check to see if there's any entry made to the input box or cancel button is pressed. If no entry is made, then exit this sub procedure. So if the password is empty, or if the password is like blank or a space or something, or the password is empty, then the message box will say no input provided. It'll have an information icon, and its title bar will say required data, and it will exit the sub procedure. If the correct password is entered, it's going to open the employee's form. If the incorrect password is entered, it's going to give a message and exit the sub procedure. So if the password equals learn it with an exclamation point, then it's going to do a command that's going to open the form, the employee's form, and it's going to be opened in normal view. Or else you're going to get a message box saying, sorry, you do not have access to this form. And it's going to have an OK button in the message box, and its title bar is going to say important information. So that's our first block of code. Now what we want to do is we want to go up to the toolbar and save. And once we save, we can just go up to the upper X in the upper right-hand corner and close the Visual Basic window. Notice the onload event now says in event procedure before you've seen embedded macro. So an event procedure is your actual VBA code. Let's save our form and close it. And now we're ready to test it. So double click your employee's form to open it. You should get the restricted form message box and the enter password message. And we're going to just type 123 as our password, which is the wrong password, and we're going to click OK. So we get that important information message box. Sorry, you do not have access to this form. And we're going to click OK. Now we're going to put in the correct password. So double click your form again. and it's capital L learn it exclamation point. And when you click OK now, you don't get a message, it opens the form. So we can go ahead and close that employee's form. So now we're going to create a user message box, basically, via a form. So what we're going to do first is let's go to Notepad and bring up that code. And the second block of code to create user input boxes used on onload event, we're going to select that and copy it. And then we can minimize Notepad. We're going to go to the Create tab. And we're in the Forms group, we're going to choose Blank Form. And let's put it into Design View. We're going to open the Properties window so we can go to the Form Design tab of the ribbon and get our property sheet open. And we're not really going to put anything on this form. In the Property sheet on the Event tab, we're going to go to the Onload event and do the ellipses and double-click Code Builder. So it gave us another sub procedure. I'm going to press Enter, and then I'm going to paste the code in. So what's going to happen is it's declaring a variable called username, and then username is going to be whatever the end user puts in an input box. The input box prompt is going to say enter your first name, and its title bar is going to say your name ? After they put their name in the input box, a message box will pop up with a concatenated phrase. It's going to say welcome, whatever the username is, with an exclamation point. Let's go ahead and save. And we're going to call this form FRM welcome. And we're going to click OK. And now we can close Visual Basic for Applications. And we can save and close the welcome form. So now we're going to test it. Let's double click the welcome form. You get the input box that says your name ? in the title bar, and enter your first name as the message. And I'm going to just type in my first name and press Enter. And now it gives me a pop-up that says, Welcome, Trish. That's all it does. And we're going to click OK. And we can close that welcome form. So for the next one, let's go to Notepad first. And we're going to copy the first block of code that says code to use logic programming to interpret one condition. Go ahead and copy that code. And then we can minimize Notepad. So what we're going to do is we're going to do this on the customer information form, and I'll describe it as we go. So let's open that form in Design View, and we're going to select the state field. Now make sure your property sheet is open and the state field is in the selection type dropdown on the property sheet. We want to be on the Event tab, and we're going to click in the Before Update event, go over to the ellipsis, and double-click Code Builder. So it gives us a private sub procedure, and it's based on the state field changing. So when the state field changes, it's going to do this code. And so we're going to press Enter and then paste in our code. So what this code is going to do, if the state changes to Oregon, then the back color is going to change, and this color is like an aqua color. If the state doesn't change to Oregon, or it changes to a different state, then the back color is going to be like a yellowish color. So that's what we're supposed to be seeing when this works. So let's go and save on the toolbar up there. And then we're going to close Visual Basic for Applications. Save your form. And then switch to Form View. In form view, on the first record, I'm going to change the state to OR, and you notice that it gets that color, right? So it changed the detailed background color when I changed the state to Oregon. Let's close the form and go back over to your notepad. And the next block of code we're going to copy is the code to use logic programming to interpret multiple conditions. So we have a specific back color for Oregon. We have a specific back color for California. And we have another color for all other states here. So we're going to copy that, minimize your notepad. Actually, you can go ahead and close your notepad at this point. We're going to open customer information form again in design view. Click on the state field and go to your before update event. Now, when you click in there, go to the drop down arrow and select event procedure, and then click on the ellipsis. And it will take you into that event that we just did to interpret one condition. We're going to select everything except the private sub and the in sub statement. And we're going to do Control V to paste in the new code. We're going to save, close Visual Basic for Applications window, save your form, and go to Form View. Change the first record back to California, and you notice it's getting this bluish color. Let's go to the second record and change the second record to Oregon, and it gets a different color. Let's go to the third record and change that to Illinois, so yet another color. That is how you use logic programming to interpret a single condition or multiple conditions. We can go ahead and close our customer information form. And just to review what we've covered in Module 5, we started with advanced form design techniques, where we designed complex forms. We created a subform, so we had a main form and a nested subform. We also created a tabbed form and a split form. After that, we went into creating keystrokeless field controls. So we set default value in a default value in a field. And we also broke and then fixed the tab order on a form. We also added a button to a form for navigation. And then we went on to create a switchboard to navigate database objects. We then moved into designing macros to automate database tasks. So we created macros to open and close database objects. We created a macro that used a message box to inform users. We did another one that automated parameter queries. Another that let us view related records in another form. We used a macro to hide and unhide field controls based on the value in a different field. And we also created macros to validate data entry. After that, we got into using Access Visual Basic for applications for more complex automation. So we used Visual Basic to secure a form with a password. We created user input boxes, so like a welcome form, a blank form with a welcome message for a user. And we used logic programming to interpret one condition as well as to interpret multiple conditions. Our sixth and final module in this video course is all about database security and database options. So we have two main lessons in this module. You're going to be linking tables to ensure database security and customizing database options. You'll be using the linked table manager. And so depending on the version of Access that you've had previously, The linked table manager may work differently now. In Microsoft 365 Access, you can use this dialog box to refresh, relink, add, edit, search, and delete linked tables, but you cannot export information to Excel. In Access 2016 and later, the dialog box is much simpler, but you can export information to Excel. So it just depends on what version of Access you're in. Once your database is pretty much built out, you might want to consider whether everybody's going to have access to your tables. Again, the tables are the only thing that holds the data in the database. So most database administrators don't want everybody to have access to the tables. And so what you can do to bypass that is you can place your tables in a separate database, but there's a link to them in this database. So how do we do that? Let's go to the Database Tools tab of the ribbon, and in the Move Data group, you're going to click on Access Database. And it opens the database splitter. It says, this wizard moves tables from your current database to a new back-end database. In multi-user environments, this reduces network traffic and allows continuous front-end development without affecting data or interrupting users. If your database is protected with a password, so the new backend database would be created without a password and it would be accessible to all users. You'll need to add a password to the backend database after it is split. So this is the deal. The backend database, okay, will only contain your tables. The front end database will have all the other objects, and it will look like the users will be able to access the tables from in there because there'll be links, but they won't be able to do it. So we create this by splitting the database. We're going to go ahead and click the Split Database button, and it's going to open on your system, and you can navigate to wherever you want to put this, the back end. Now notice the file name. It's the name of your database _BE for back end, right? So it's creating the back end database, which will contain just the table objects. So I'm going to navigate to where I want to put that back end database. And I'm going to just stick it in this directory and click the split button. So it lets me know that it's successfully split, and I'm going to do OK. So now we're in the front end database. And notice the icon for the tables, right? Has like a little plus sign on it. And if you hover over any table, it's going to show you the path to the back end database that was just created when we split our database. So if I were an end user and I'm sitting in the front end, I'm going to go ahead and open the employees table in design view. And it lets me know that it's a linked table whose design can't be modified. So if you want to add or remove fields or change their properties or data types, you must do so in the source database, which is the back end. So we're going to say, yes, we want to open it anyway. It looks like we can get in here and do some stuff, right? I'm going to just close the property sheet on the right. But if I change anything in here, like if I try to change last name to long text and I go to close the table, it's going to ask me if I want to save the changes. I'm going to say yes. And it's going to say it can't save the changes for linked tables. And I'm going to just say, no, I don't want to continue. So I'm going to close this table. I'm going to say, no, I don't want to save the changes, but it will mislead an end user into thinking they can change something, and then they get stopped with that message. No, you cannot, right? So your tables are managed in the back end database, and in there is where the people who are going to be utilizing the tables may be adding information, creating more tables, that kind of stuff in the back end. And so now we're going to go to the File tab and close this database. And then we're going to open our customer orders underscore BE database. So I'm going to go back to File, Open. I'm going to browse. And there's my customer orders underscore BE. I'm going to enable content. And you notice the only thing that's in the back end are the tables. So a link to the tables is in the front end, but you can only impact the tables from the back end. We can go ahead and close the back end database and reopen our regular customer orders front end database. And you can go ahead and close the switchboard. So when we split our database, creating the back end, it knows where that back end database is saved. It knows where we put it on our computer. So if we were to move it somewhere, we would have to update the links using the link table manager. So I am just going to go ahead and minimize access. And I saved the backend in this folder on my desktop. So go to wherever you saved the backend database and open that directory. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the backend, the customer orders backend, and I'm going to just move it onto my desktop. So I changed its location. And now I'm going to go back and restore my access window. And in my front end, I'm going to double click the categories table. And it's letting me know that it could not find the file because we moved it. So I'm going to do OK. Now I could move it back, but maybe there's a business reason why I needed to move it to a different directory. In order to update the link to where it resides now, we need to go to the External Data tab of the ribbon. And in the Import and Link group is where you'll find your linked table manager. Go ahead and open it. So notice we have our data source name, the data source information, and it's showing where the back-end database was before we moved it. So I'm going to select that. And on the right side, I'm going to do Edit. So now I need to tell it where it is, right? So the data source name, I could do it this way. Now, there's an easy way to get the full path and everything. So I'm going to just leave this box open. And I'm going to go back to my directory where I can see my desktop here, because that's where I moved it to. So let me bring that window up. So I'm on my desktop directory, and what I'm going to do is I am going to hold down the Shift key on my keyboard and right click on customer orders underscore BE. And by doing that, I can let go of Shift now. It gives me the copy as path option because I held down the Shift key before right clicking on it. So I'm going to choose copy as path. And now I can minimize that screen. Now in this file name box, I'm going to select everything by like double clicking in there. And then I'm going to do Control V to paste that path in. And then the only thing I have to do is get rid of the double quotes at the beginning of the path and at the end of the path. So when you copy as path, it includes the name of the file and its full path to it. So now I'm going to do save. So now I updated where the back-end database is, and I can close the link table manager. And now if I try to open the categories table, it will let me open it in datasheet view. But now I have access to it again because now it knows where the back end is. Now we're going to move into some database options that you should be aware of. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go to the File tab. And all the way at the bottom on the left, we're going to click on Options. And we want to focus on the current database options. Although I will say to you, in any of the Office programs that you're working in, you do want to become familiar with all of their options. So I'm going to just drag the screen down a little bit. The thing in Access is if you look all the way at the top of the screen, right? The title bar is just, it has the whole path to where the database is and all of that stuff. And it tells you, they haven't updated this. They haven't updated it for 2019 or 2021, but they all say Access 2007 through 2016 file format. That's a lot of stuff to have in the title bar. So we're going to change that. The first option under application options is the application title. And we just want it to say customer orders database. That's all we want it to say. Now, the next option there is the application icon. We're not going to do it. It's so tiny, it's not even worth doing it. Now, when we open this database, we had that auto exec that's showing macro that's making the switchboard show, right? From the auto exec macro. If we didn't have an auto exec macro, we can tell it to display a form when the database opens. So in the Northwind database, the auto exec macro told it to display the login form whenever the database was opened. And then subsequent to that, it displayed a form called home. So let's do this. For our display form dropdown, choose FRM welcome. Now, we came in here before and we changed it to overlapping windows so we could compare stuff side to side. So you've already used that option before, right? Okay. So now that we changed the application title and the display form, I'm going to move my screen back up so I can see the OK at the bottom. I'm going to go ahead and click OK. And it's going to tell me that I have to close and reopen the database for the options to take effect. So I'm going to click OK. I'm going to go to File, Close, and then back to File and reopen Customer Orders. So the first thing that happens now is it's giving me that welcome form, right? So I'm going to put in my name. Oops. And trust me, I do know how to spell my name. And click OK. And it's going to say, welcome, Trish. And I'm going to click OK. And now it does the auto exec macro, which displays the switchboard. And if you look up at your title bar, it simply says customer orders database. It doesn't have that long path to where it resides and all the file formats and stuff. We're going to right click on switchboard and choose close all. So now I'm sitting, I went to the file tab and I'm sitting on the info tab. And the reason why I'm here is because I want to talk to you about when you would need to compact and repair your database. We have a very small database. In terms of the data that's stored in the tables, it's very minimal. So you're not going to have a problem with a really small database. But occasionally, if you have a lot of tables that are jam-packed with a bunch of data, you may experience some issues. You'll know when it's happening. Like if you go to run a query and it hesitates even slightly, that can lead you to know that you may need to compact and repair your database. Now, I had an issue when I tried this a few moments ago. So my information is going to be a little bit different than yours. So the first thing we're going to do on the info tab is go over to the right and click view and edit database properties. And if you're on the general tab, you'll see the size of your database. Now, yours probably says something like 5.12 megabytes. Yours is going to be larger than mine right now. I'm going to just click OK. And I'm going to click on compact and repair database. So it literally kind of does it that quickly. It relaunches it. It's asking me for my first name. It's going to give me my welcome. It's going to open the switchboard. I'm going to close both of those. And now if you go back to File, Info, and you go and view and edit your database properties, your size of your database should be similar to mine now, 1.116 megabytes. So it compacts the database and it repairs any issues it finds. I'm going to cancel out of there and do the back arrow at the top to get back into my database. Now, this situation I'm going to talk about happens very rarely, almost non-existent nowadays, but I want you to be prepared for it. So once you have your database built out, or even after you just build all your tables, you would want to run a database report. You're going to want to print it out, and you're going to want to stick it in a file cabinet somewhere. In the event that a catastrophic event occurs, that report will be your guide to rebuilding your database. So let's go to the Database Tools tab of the ribbon. And in the Analyze group, you have Database Documenter. Go ahead and click on that. So typically when I'm building a database, after I get all of my tables built, I will run the Documenter. And notice there's different tabs here. So if I was just doing it for the tables, I would just select all on the Tables tab and then run it. But we built out the whole entire database, right? So I'm going to go to All Object Types tab, and I'm going to select all. So it's getting my tables in there, my queries, my forms, my reports, my macros. If we had modules, they would be showing there. It gives me the properties and the relationships. So every single thing that we've done is on that All Object Types tab. So I selected all, and now I'm going to click OK. So it generates a pretty massive report. And I'm going to just pause for a moment until I stop. Well, it already stopped hourglassing, so I didn't even have to pause. One way that you can get it to render the report a little bit quicker is if you go down to the navigation pane and click on the last page navigator. And now you'll see in your status bar, it was formatting the page and all of that. So now it's loaded the entire report. I'm going to go back to the first page. And I'm going to just zoom in on the report. So it gives me the path to where the database resides. It's letting me know that it's looking at the switchboard items table. It's giving me its properties, the columns that are in that table, right? I'm going to go to the next page. And it's also giving me any... so here's more of the properties and stuff, right? And each field in the table and what type of data type it is and the field size, everything you would need to know to be able to rebuild your database. I'm going to just go to another page here where I can find another table. So here's my categories table. Here's all the properties. These are the columns that are in it and their data types and their size, and any other properties that we set for the columns. I'm going to just put in like page 150 and go to there and see where that brings me. So now we're looking at forms. So everything about the forms. So I skip by the queries because it's doing them in order. And I'm going to go to the last page again, and then I'm going to go back a couple of pages. Let's see where we are now. Yeah. Nope. Last page. Okay. So here it's showing some of the relationships. It should be showing all of them. That's why I was going back a couple of pages. But it normally shows all of the relationships. Now, this report, I would suggest you run it, print it out, store it in a file cabinet. Because if you have a catastrophic event where everything on your computer is fried, you may not be able to get to the document. Now, what I'm going to show you next, I'm going to just go ahead and close this tab. It says Object Definition. And I'm going to go back to the Database Tools tab, and I'm going to go into the Relationships window. Once I'm in there, I can just generate a relationship report. So in the Tools group, I'm going to click on Relationship Report. And you might have to do page size and everything, change it. I'm going to change it to landscape here. And I might have to reorganize stuff in my relationships window to get it to show. So I'm going to show it's going to take 2 pages, but I might need a different paper size. But this will help me if I had to rebuild my relationships. All of this is included typically in your entire database report, but I wanted to show you the relationship report separately. So these are things that can help you, if necessary, rebuild your database. I'm going to close the relationship report and not save the changes. And I am going to close the relationships window. So to recap Module 6, Database Security and Database Options, we went into how to split the database so that it created a back-end copy of the database that stores just the tables, the only database object that contains your data. And then we moved the location of the back-end database and had to use the linked table manager in order to be able to get the path to where it currently resided so that the front end would know where the back end is and maintain that link. We went into customizing some database options, so we were able to change the application title bar in that section. And we also use the compact and repair tool, which showed you how it can decrease the size of your database. After that, you learned how to create a database report, which you want to print out and store in a file cabinet, not on your computer, and separate from that, a relationship report. I really want to thank everyone for taking your time to view this video, and I hope that it has been helpful to you.